Chapter 172. 1 Second to Remember, Literature Building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian looked for the moondrop, wanting to engrave the Gale rune. Moondrop, of course there's no problem, but this thing isn't normal and requires guild points to exchange. Qin Feng said, I understand. Lin Tian nodded. The Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild didn't only accumulate guild points by completing the guild's missions, but also by handing in rare formation rune scrolls. Immediately, Lin Tian took out the prepared materials from the stone ring and engraved 10 sets of solitary lock rune, then handed it to Qin Feng. Staring at the 10 sets of solitary lock rune, Qin Feng and the other two's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. Elder Jean praised. Solitary lock rune was very rare. Qin Feng and the other two didn't know how to engrave this kind of rune. In fact, in the three's knowledge, only Lin Tian knew this kind of rune in the Northern Flame country. Thus, the value of the 10 sets of solitary lock rune was very shocking. Qin Feng kept the solitary lock rune and walked into a loft. Not long after, he took out a small jade bottle, a total of 20 moondrop. Qin Feng said, solitary lock rune was extraordinary, but the moondrop was also very precious. Because of this, even though Qin Feng and the other two appreciated Lin Tian, they didn't have the qualifications to give him the moondrop. He needed to exchange for it with guild points. Thank you, senior. Lin Tian Andao. Saying this, he took the small jade bottle and put it away. 20 moondrop was enough for him to use. Speaking of which, little brother, you must be very careful in the future. Qin Feng suddenly said. Lin Tian naturally understood what Qin Feng meant. He should also be reminding him to be careful of the Jiang family and the Lung family. Book reading. Thank you, senior, for your reminder, he said. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian chatted with Qin Feng and the others in the guild for a while, then bought some materials needed to engrave the formation. Only then did he stand up and bid farewell, quickly returning to his residence in the imperial courtyard. Returning to his residence, Lin Tian immediately took out the moondrop and some other materials and started to engrave the Gale rune. After about 6 hours, he carved 20 Gale runes in a row. Then he started again and carved many solitary lock runes and martial fusion runes. At this time, the sky had gradually become bright. Lin Tian walked out of his residence and buried the solitary lock rune and some martial fusion runes in the ground near his residence again. That's enough. After muttering to himself, Lin Tian began his breathing exercises outside his residence. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened and a ray of morning sun shone down from the east. Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he headed to the academy's training area. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. But even though he hadn't rested for the entire night and had been busy inscribing runes, he was still full of energy and didn't feel the slightest bit tired. The path leading to the cultivation area was crowded with many disciples of the imperial courtyard. At this moment, someone noticed Lin Tian and his expression changed. Vicious is here. As he spoke, he dodged to the side. Hearing this voice, many people subconsciously turned their heads. Then their expressions changed. Lin Tian. **T. Hurry up, make way for that vicious person. I'll retreat first. Dodge. Don't block my way. Let me dodge first. Everyone dodged to the side like a swarm of bees. In an instant, the path in front of Lin Tian became spacious and smooth. Lin Tian paused his footsteps. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Did he look like a demon? Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't care. He walked toward the cultivation area by himself. Soon he arrived at the Mirage Cave in the cultivation area and handed his Imperial Courtyard nameplate to the deacon guarding the cave. I want to train in the Mirage Cave, he said to the deacon. The Mirage Cave was one of the 2 most popular cultivation resources in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. After a martial artist entered it, there would be an illusory figure with the same strength as the martial artist. The cultivation and martial skills of the illusory figure would be similar to the martial artist who entered the cave. After a martial artist entered the mirage cave, he could fight with his illusory figure and grasp his own weaknesses. At the same time, he could strengthen his own fighting ability. It was very significant. Lin Tian actually wanted to cultivate in the pulse condensation cave. After all, he could quickly build his holy veins and increase his cultivation in the pulse condensation cave. However, he had already used up his cultivation time in the pulse condensation cave this month. He would only be able to enter the pulse condensation cave after 5 days. Before that, he wanted to take a look inside the mirage cave. The deacon guarding the mirage cave stared at Lin Tian. He was slightly surprised, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian, this is your first time here. I know, so you don't need to look. Go ahead. The deacon returned the nameplate to Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian's reputation in the imperial courtyard was unparalleled. How could the deacon not know about him? Lin Tian was stunned. Then he took the jade plate and bowed to the deacon. Soon he walked into the mirage cave. The interior of the mirage cave was slightly damp and dark. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he felt a mysterious power enveloping him. Then, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Myself? How mysterious! Lin Tian thought to himself. He scanned the figure with the One Heaven Soul technique and found that the figure was exactly the same as him in terms of height, appearance, and even the aura around him. Whoosh! The air trembled. Suddenly, the figure in front of him charged at him expressionlessly. He raised his hand and used the Shocking Wind sword. Lin Tian was surprised again. This Shocking Wind sword chi was not any weaker than his. Lin Tian took a step back. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he also used the Shocking Wind sword chi to attack. The 2 sword forces collided, and a gust of wind was created. The gust of wind blew in the air and quickly dissipated. No one knew where it went. However, Lin Tian did not have time to think. The figure did not give him any time to react and rushed at him again. Clang! For some reason, a similar long sword appeared in the figure's hand. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Once again, he was amazed by the extraordinariness of the mirage cave. At the same time, his hand movements were not slow. He charged at the figure and used a normal sword move to attack it. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and there was a real sound of swords. Very soon, Lin Tian had clashed with his own doppelganger dozens of times. However, he was unable to injure his opponent every single time. His opponent seemed to know his every move like the back of his hand. The instant he launched an attack, his opponent would be able to skillfully dodge it. On the other hand, it was very difficult for Lin Tian to see through his opponent's movements. Lin Tian's eyes darkened. He used the Azure Thunder sword technique to attack. Then the Phantom slashed out the same martial skill. How extraordinary! Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the next hour, Lin Tian continued to collide with his own figure. He no longer struggled to kill his own figure. Instead, he used the battle to find out his own shortcomings. Then, another 15 minutes passed. His genuine vitality could no longer be sensed. His movements became smoother. He used fewer moves, and his attacks became more accurate and stable. All of his moves were to kill his opponent. Killing his opponent was enough. Clang! Another sword move. It was simple, direct, and looked ordinary. However, it hit the arm of the figure. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes, and his pupils constricted as he faced the attack like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, his speed became even faster, and the yin-yang puppet actually increased by a few notches. He revolved around his own illusion and slashed out again and again. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Tian swung his left fist. A fist aura was blasted out. With a swoosh, The figure on the opposite side disappeared. Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he had used up most of his genuine vitality. Even his face was pale. It's really troublesome to fight with myself. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He stepped out of the phantom cave. Seeing Lin Tian come out of the phantom cave, the deacon was puzzled. He muttered to himself, "It's only been 2 hours." Lin Tian paused and said, "Is that considered a long time?" The deacon was even more puzzled. Lin Tian asked, "I mean, killing the figure in 2 hours is considered a long time." The deacon's eyes widened. "What?" Staring at Lin Tian, the deacon couldn't help but open his mouth. Generally speaking, when an imperial courtyard disciple entered the Mirage Cave for the first time, their true essence would be exhausted by their own phantoms, or they would be killed by their own phantoms and then sent out by the inner Great Array. During this first process, most people would last for 4 to 6 hours, but Lin Tian had only taken 2 hours to come out. The deacon was puzzled as to how this famous Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciple could only last for 2 hours, but Lin Tian's words immediately caused him to choke on his words. He had actually killed his own phantoms in 2 hours. Lin Tian frowned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." The deacon waved his hand at Lin Tian and muttered, "He's really a monster." Lin Tian paused and didn't think too much about it. After that, he entered the turbulent current again, using the turbulent current to help him temper his physique. This time, he directly entered the turbulent current 50 zhang away, and then his entire body was submerged in the current of cold current. The Imperial Courtyard disciples were dumbfounded, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. Lin Tian cultivated in the current of cold current all the way until nightfall. Then he walked out and returned to his residence. After stretching his body, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He lay down on his bed and started to rest. After 4 hours, Lin Tian opened his eyes and sat up on his bed. 4 hours of sleep was enough for someone of his cultivation level. Lin Tian immediately calmed himself down and unfolded the 2 spirit-gathering runes. He circulated the 4 extremes meridians and started to cultivate. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the power of the stars surged, enveloping his entire body. With these 2 kinds of power, Lin Tian started to construct his 7th divine vein. A faint silver light surrounded his body, and his aura rose little by little. Soon 2 hours passed. Chapter 173. Memorize the literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul technique silently. He stood up and lifted the bedding. Then he activated a Gale mark and quickly hid in the darkness. At this moment, an inaudible sound was heard. The door of his room was pushed open. A black shadow flashed in and floated to the bedside like a ghost. In the next moment, Lin Tian sensed a terrifying fluctuation of true origin energy. The black shadow raised his hand and pressed his palm on the bed. Lin Tian felt a chill in his heart. The man in black was in the 9th level of the divine range. With a bang, his bedding was smashed into pieces, and the pieces flew everywhere. The black shadow let out a cry of surprise. His expression changed, and he quickly looked around. "Not here." The black shadow whispered and flashed out of the room. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He approached silently, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He pressed the dagger against the black shadow's neck from behind. The cold edge of the dagger drew a line of blood. The black shadow felt a chill on his neck, and his body trembled. "Don't move!" Lin Tian's voice was heard. His figure gradually appeared. The black figure couldn't help but tremble. He had already scanned the entire residence, but didn't find anyone. But now a dagger was placed against his neck, instantly restricting all his movements. He didn't dare to move at all because, at this moment, if Lin Tian wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. "Why did you suddenly appear behind me?" "I just looked around. There's no one in the room." the black shadow said in a low voice. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out. The black shadow immediately knelt on one knee. Now you're a prisoner. You're not qualified to ask questions, he said coldly. Taking advantage of this gap, he pulled down the black shadow's mask. Under the mask was a middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was filled with shock. Of course, it was even more unsightly. No matter what, he would never have thought that with his 9th heavenly layered divine veins cultivation base, he would be controlled so easily in the middle of the night. At this moment, he had actually become someone's meat, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Who sent you? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged man remained silent and didn't speak. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. A second dagger appeared in his left hand, and he pierced the middle-aged man's waist. This stab was very ingenious. It directly injured an important organ of the human body, causing the middle-aged man to scream in pain. Of course, the middle-aged man's screams were suppressed to a very low level, making it difficult for others to hear. Speak, Lin Tianling said coldly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, but didn't spit out a single word. Lin Tianling snorted, and the dagger in his left hand stirred inside the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man once again let out a muffled cry of pain. You better not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Tian said coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He was a dignified expert in the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he was threatened by a 6th level Divine Vein Realm cultivator. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He ruthlessly stomped on the middle-aged man's left leg, which was kneeling on the ground. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The middle-aged man's left leg was directly crippled. Even if you don't say it, I know that the head of the Jiang clan sent you, right? The middle-aged man was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tianling smiled. Obviously, he had guessed correctly. Staring at the middle-aged man, he said coldly, with your cultivation, your status in the Jiang clan must not be low. You should know a lot of things. Next, I'll ask you a few other questions. Before that, I'll give you a warning. After I ask the first question, if you remain silent or give an answer that doesn't satisfy me, I'll break your right leg. If you remain silent or give an answer that doesn't satisfy me, I'll cripple your left hand. If the third question is still the same, I'll cripple your right hand. Next, I'll move on to your left eye, and then your right eye. The middle-aged man suddenly trembled. Are you a demon? Demon? Lin Tianling smiled. If you think so, then it's not bad. After he finished speaking, his voice became colder and emotionless. The first question, what is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The middle-aged man moved his lips. At this moment, Lin Tianyi kicked his right leg. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The middle-aged man was angry and scared. I said, don't be silent. Lin Tianling said coldly, continue. What is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The cultivation of the head of the clan is crack. Lin Tianyi shook his left hand and directly broke the middle-aged man's left arm. Ah, you hesitated. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Continue. What is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The peak of the Holy Range. This time, the middle-aged man answered quickly. Lin Tian's means frightened him. Very good. Lin Tian showed some satisfaction and said, the second question, what is the realm of the strongest person in the Jiang clan? The second level of the Sea of Consciousness. Several people. One person. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, the last question, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Runwen? The middle-aged man trembled violently. I don't know about this. You don't know. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The dagger in his left hand moved up and slowly came to the middle-aged man's left eye. I'll ask you again, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Renwen? If you don't tell me, I'll slowly stab the dagger into your eye and then twist it bit by bit. You can imagine that feeling. The middle-aged man was furious. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? Are you qualified to say that? Lin Tianling smiled. As he spoke, the dagger in his left hand slowly approached the middle-aged man's eye. The second question, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Renwen? The middle-aged man's face was pale. He stared at the tip of the dagger in front of him and trembled. You don't want to tell me? Lin Tianling's cold voice sounded. The dagger in his right hand pressed against the middle-aged man's throat and restrained all of his movements. He raised his left hand and suddenly stabbed the middle-aged man's left eye. Wait, I'll tell you, the middle-aged man said quickly. The middle-aged man thought about it according to Lin Tian's words. How painful would it be to stab a dagger into the eye and then twist it? It was simply torture. Who would be able to endure it? Lin Tian stopped his left hand, and the dagger stopped in front of the middle-aged man. Speak, he said coldly. The middle-aged man's face showed that he was struggling. He said with a trembling voice, 7 Mysteries Pavilion. 7 Mysteries Pavilion, Lin Tian muttered. He shook his head and muttered to himself, I've never heard of it. Staring at the middle-aged man, he asked again, How strong is the 7 Mysteries Pavilion? Where is it located? I really don't know. I only know that there are airborne realm cultivators in the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. Lin Tianling snorted. The dagger in his right hand was pressed firmly against the middle-aged man's throat, making it impossible for him to resist. The dagger in his left hand was once again aimed at the middle-aged man's left eye. Stop. I really don't know. The middle-aged man was anxious. Lin Tian stopped and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the middle-aged man really did not know. He paused for a moment and asked, Does the Jiang family's spiritual sea expert manage the family's affairs? No, he doesn't manage it. Unless the family is in a real crisis, the ancestor will not intervene, the middle-aged man said. At this time, the middle-aged man was really afraid of Lin Tian. He did not dare to hesitate or remain silent. Lin Tian removed the dagger in his left hand and placed it on the middle-aged man's shoulder. He said calmly, Although I didn't get much information, thank you for your cooperation. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and gritted his teeth. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Are you kidding me? Lin Tianling laughed. You, Puff! His right hand that was pressed against the middle-aged man's throat slit. Instantly, the middle-aged man's throat was slit. The next day, outside Lin Tian's residence, a corpse lay quietly on the ground. What's going on? Why is there a corpse here? Strange. Moreover, it's a middle-aged man. I don't think I've seen this person before. What is happening? The corpse was outside that ruthless person's residence. Could it be related to that ruthless person? Many people were shocked. Not long after, this matter alarmed the elders of the Imperial Academy. Han, he, and Lu Lan rushed over. When they saw the corpse lying outside Lin Tian's residence, their faces darkened. As elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, the two of them were naturally familiar with the influential figures of the various major clans. They instantly recognized the middle-aged man as an expert of the Jiang clan. After a short pause, the two of them walked into Lin Tian's residence. At this time, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he sensed that someone had entered, he immediately opened his eyes. Standing up, Lin Tian was not surprised. He knew that the two of them would definitely come. Han, he said in a deep voice, the corpse outside the door was your doing? Yes, Lin Tian said calmly. Han, he and Lu Lan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The corpse just now was one of the few experts of the Jiang clan. His cultivation was at the peak of the divine range realm. He was extremely powerful, but now he was killed by Lin Tian. What's going on? Lu Lan asked. Lin Tiandao said, Elders, are you going to investigate me? Or are you going to convict me? Lu Lan and Han He were stunned. Then they felt helpless. Lin Tian, we know that Jiang Renwen's matter has made you unhappy, but we have no choice. When it comes to the sects, the Imperial Academy and the Imperial Academy are under great pressure. You should understand. Han, he said, as for this matter, don't say things out of anger. We're not senile. How can we convict you? Hearing Han He's words, the unhappiness in Lin Tian's heart lessened slightly. After a moment of silence, he briefly recounted what happened last night. Of course, he only mentioned that the Jiang clan's people tried to assassinate him, but he killed them instead. He did not go into the details. Hearing this, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions turned ugly. Although we guessed that the Jiang clan would make a move, we didn't expect them to send people to infiltrate the imperial courtyard. Lu Lan said coldly, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was in existence far superior to the 3 major martial arts clans. There were several spiritual sea realm experts in the courtyard, which represented the peak of martial arts in the Northern Flame country. However, the Jiang clan dared to be so bold, which angered Lu Lan and Han He. Jiang Renwen, who was chosen by the sects, has really turned the Jiang clan upside down. Chapter 174. Remember literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Han He and Lu Lan's expressions were extremely ugly. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy was the highest-ranked martial palace in the Northern Flame Nation. Yet the Jiang family dared to send people to infiltrate the Imperial Academy to assassinate a genius student of the Imperial Academy. This was an insult to the dignity of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Lin Tian, leave this matter to us. Just focus on your cultivation. Han He said, how are you going to handle this? Lin Tian asked. Hearing this, Han He and Lu Lan fell silent. Lin Tian did not continue asking. He knew that Han He and Lu Lan could not do anything. At most, they could warn the Jiang family. Elders, please leave. He said. Han He and Lu Lan sighed and left Lin Tian's residence helplessly, taking the middle-aged man's corpse with them. In the outer courtyard residential area, many disciples watched as the 2 of them left. Then they turned to look at Lin Tian's residence. Seems like it was really done by that ruthless guy. But who is that middle-aged man? Isn't it hard to guess? Just think about what happened recently and you'll understand. Recently, someone frowned and his expression suddenly changed. The Jiang family. Something like that. Isn't this too bold? Well, there's someone in the family who's chosen by the sect. How can they not be bold? The outer courtyard disciples murmured. Many people stared at Lin Tian's residence and could not help but gasp. What a scary man, someone murmured. Lin Tian heard the disciples' discussion, but he did not care. He found some water and cleaned up the bloodstains in the house. After all, this was his residence. The blood on the floor must be cleaned up. After doing all this, he unfolded the 2 spirit-gathering runes and began to cultivate. 1. Faint spirit chi surged and quickly enveloped him. After about 4 hours, there was a knock on the door and a figure ran in. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Tian opened his eyes and saw that Xian Qingyun was already in front of him. What's the hurry? Lin Tian asked. Xian Qingyun said, when I came here, I heard that you killed a middle-aged man. Was he from the Jiang family? Lin Tian nodded. Mother ***, this clan really sent people to the academy. Xian Qingyun said angrily. After a pause, Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian again. His eyes were full of shock. Brother-in-law, the people sent by the Jiang clan shouldn't be weak. Since you could injure Jiang Renwen like that, The people they sent should be at the peak of the divine range, right? Not bad, little brat Xian, you've become smarter. Lin Tian joked. I've always been smart. Xian Qingyun rolled his eyes and immediately said, speaking of which, that was a warrior at the peak of the divine range. Moreover, it was a night attack. Brother-in-law, how did you kill that person silently? He was killed with a knife. Lin Tiandao. Xian Qingyun said seriously, brother-in-law, please answer my question seriously. Lin Tian, how did you kill him? That was a cultivator at the peak of the divine range. Xian Qingyun continued to ask. Lin Tian said helplessly, I was killed with a knife. Don't ask too much. In any case, at my residence, unless a spiritual sea realm cultivator comes personally, no one can do anything to me. I can kill anyone below the spiritual sea realm here. Xian Qingyun glared. Although I don't really understand, I feel that you're very powerful. Lin Tian. After a pause, he took out dozens of spirit-gathering runes from his stone ring and handed them to Xian Qingyun. From now on, don't come to my place at night. Go back to the Xian clan. Keep these spirit-gathering runes and take them back to cultivate. In half a month, as long as you don't slack off, you should be able to step into the divine range realm. Xian Qingyun took the spirit-gathering runes and frowned. But if I'm not around, brother-in-law, you'll be lonely. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Scram! Imperial City, Jiang Clan. Damn it! In the main hall, the Jiang Clan head's expression was very gloomy. At this moment, in the middle of the main hall, there was a corpse covered with a white cloth on the ground. It was the middle-aged man he had sent to assassinate Lin Tian. About 2 hours ago, Han He and Lulan had ordered someone to send the corpse over. They had also sent someone to pass a message to him. Don't go overboard. The Jiang clan head had never expected that a peak-stage divine range realm cultivator would be killed by a 6th-level divine range realm cultivator instead. A peak-stage divine range realm cultivator wasn't any weaker than him. He was very important to the clan. Now that such a person had been killed, the Jiang clan's strength had been greatly reduced. Clan head, what should we do next? As for the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, someone asked. Someone has heard about it. So what if it's the Northern Flame Imperial Academy? Even the royal family wouldn't dare to do anything to our Jiang clan. That little bastard must be killed. The Jiang clan head snorted. His eyes were cold as he said, however, let's give the Northern Flame Imperial Academy some face for now and investigate that little bastard properly. The next time we make a move, we can't make any mistakes. All right, someone at the side said. Inside the Imperial Academy, Xian Qingyun had already left. Lin Tian rested for 4 hours before heading to the cultivation area. This time, he still entered the illusory cave. Whoa! Light swirled in the illusory cave. Soon, a figure that looked exactly like him condensed. After this figure was condensed, it charged straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He took a step forward and rushed over as well. The figure also condensed a sword. As if it was real, it clashed with the sword in Lin Tian's hand, producing a series of ear-piercing, clanging sounds. This wasn't the first time Lin Tian fought with his own figure. This time, it was much easier for him. While fighting with the figure, he was also looking for his current weakness through the figure. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to kill the figure. Instead, he kept wasting time with the figure. After 4 hours, he slashed out an extremely exquisite sword ray. Dense lightning sword rays appeared behind him and spread out in a fan shape. They were as fast as lightning, and at the same time, they sealed the surroundings and pierced into the figure's body. Instantly, the figure dissipated like bubbles. Martial techniques and movement techniques can be fused better. There's still room for improvement. When using martial techniques, I sometimes waste a lot of qi. I should be able to control it better. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Walking out of the illusory cave, he came to the turbulent current and completely submerged himself in the bone-piercing, cold current. He used the current to attack his body recklessly. Gradually, he walked to a position about 300 feet away from the source of the current, which made some of the Imperial Academy's disciples who were cultivating dumbfounded. This is that new student Lin Tian. This body is really freak. Many people shook their heads. About 6 hours later, Lin Tian walked out of the turbulent current and returned to his residence. After washing up, he lay on his bed to rest. He only woke up 4 hours later. In order to prevent the Jiang clan from assassinating him at night again, he cultivated with the spirit gathering rune at night and rested during the day. Very soon, 5 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area early in the morning and entered the Meridian Condensation Cave. A new month had arrived, and he had another 5 days to cultivate in the Meridian Condensation Cave. He planned to use these 5 days in 10 days and spend 12 hours a day to cultivate in the Meridian Condensation Cave. With the help of the blue spirit root and the spirit gathering rune, he was going to step into the 7th level of the divine vein realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian activated the 3 spirit gathering runes and started to construct the 7th divine vein. As the 3 spirit gathering runes started to operate normally, the spirit qi in the surroundings suddenly became extremely dense. On the contrary, in the other 9 small caves in the Meridian Condensation Cave, the other inner court disciples who were cultivating were at a loss. Their expressions became a little strange. Why do I feel that the spirit qi density is weaker than before? Someone muttered to himself. Shaking his head, this person started to cultivate seriously again. There was a limit to the time one could cultivate in the Meridian Condensation Cave. Instead of being confused about why the spirit qi density was weaker, he might as well cultivate seriously. If he delayed for too long, he might not be able to get back. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Meridian Condensation Cave, the spirit qi around Lin Tian was getting denser. Buzz! Dense silver light intertwined on the surface of his body. Lin Tian placed his hands flat on his knees and closed his eyes. His body was undergoing rapid changes. For the 7th divine vein, he chose the part from the head to the liver. At this moment, as the dense spirit qi surged in, he started to quickly connect the meridians and acupoints in this part of the body. Very soon, this day passed. I have completed about 1/12 of the divine vein realm. It is very suitable. With the addition of the blue spirit root, it should not be a problem for me to step into the 7th level of the divine vein realm in 10 days. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. As he spoke, he walked out of the Meridian Condensation Cave and headed back to his residence. For the next few days, Lin Tian came to the Meridian Condensation Cave every day. He relied on the spirit gathering rune to absorb more spirit qi and frenziedly condense his divine vein. Just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, he had completely exhausted the cultivation time in the Meridian Condensation Cave. He had completed about 90% of the 7th divine vein. Just a little more. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, he was in his residence. He took out the last blue spirit root from the stone ring. Without hesitation, he crushed the blue spirit root and swallowed it slowly into his stomach. In an instant, a dense spirit qi of heaven and earth engulfed every corner of his body. Begin! Lin Tian's eyes glinted. The 4 extreme scriptures began to circulate crazily. Under his conscious control, all the vital essence in his body gathered towards the 7th divine vein. Of course, the process was painful. However, this kind of pain was nothing to Lin Tian. He looked calm and focused on connecting his meridians and acupoints. Gradually, the aura on Lin Tian's body became stronger and stronger. Boom! For hours passed. A violent force suddenly rushed out from Lin Tian's body. It only calmed down after dozens of breaths. Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of silver light flashed across his eyes. the 7th level of the divine vein realm. I have finally reached it. He muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian closed his eyes again. At this moment, there was still a lot of remaining spirit qi of the blue spirit root in his body. Relying on the remaining spirit qi, he began to condense the cultivation of the 7th level of the divine vein realm, making it more stable. Chapter 175. The vigorous quintessential essence filled his body. Lin Tian relied on the remnant spirit force in his body to condense his cultivation bit by bit. Another 2 hours passed before he stood up from the ground. Clenching his fists slightly, Lin Tian instantly felt a power that was far stronger than before. It was as though a simple punch could kill a divine range expert. 7-level divine range. Lin Tian sensed for a moment, and a bright radiance flashed in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he didn't fear anyone below the spiritual sea realm. I haven't completely grasped the Nirvana fist. Next, I will cultivate this fist art. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Cultivating the Nirvana fist didn't require a special place. Lin Tian stayed in his residence and gathered his quintessential essence bit by bit towards his fist before compressing it to the extreme. During this process, the most important thing he had to do was to compress his quintessential essence to a certain extent so that others wouldn't sense the violent quintessential essence. Soon, for hours passed. For hours later, Lin Tian stood up and appeared very calm as he slowly walked out of his residence. When he arrived outside his residence, he paused for 2 breaths and suddenly blasted his fist towards the sky. Instantly, a resplendent beam of light shot out from his fist, like a bolt of lightning flying from the ground to the sky. It attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. "It's about time," he muttered to himself. Just now he had been compressing his quintessential essence and gathering it to his fist before walking out of his residence. During this process, he didn't sense any quintessential essence leaking out. As such, the Nirvana fist was close to the phenomenal stage. Nodding, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards his residence. "Brother-in-law." At this moment, a voice rang out. From afar, Xian Qingyun ran over. Lin Tian sized up Xian Qingyun and nodded after a moment. "Not bad. You're just a little bit away from stepping into the divine range realm." Xian Qingyun chuckled. "It's all thanks to brother-in-law's spirit-gathering rune." "You even learned to be humble." Lin Tian smiled. "No, this is the truth," Xian Qingyun said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked Lin Tian up and down. After a while, he said, "Brother-in-law, compared to half a month ago, your aura seems to have changed a lot. What happened?" "I've reached the 7th level of the divine vein realm." Lin Tian did not hide anything. Joy flashed in Xian Qingyun's eyes as he said excitedly, 7th layer divine vein at the age of 16. "Brother-in-law, you are truly heaven-defying." Lin Tian smiled. This was nothing. Ji Yu was younger than him, but he was already at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range. "Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Isn't it because I miss brother-in-law?" Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and was almost kicked out of the room. "Speak human language." "All right." Xian Qingyun smiled awkwardly. Then he calmed down a little and said, "I received news that the Crown Prince is going to hold a royal hunting feast in a few days. Of course, the location will be the Demon Beast Ridge. All the disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard will be invited to participate. So, I came to inform brother-in-law." Lin Tian was curious. Hunting feast? Why? Xian Qingyun looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "The current emperor of Northern Flame is on the verge of death. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. The Crown Prince will be the next emperor and will inherit the throne soon. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is the highest martial palace in the Northern Flame country. It gathers all the geniuses of the Northern Flame country. After the Crown Prince becomes the emperor, He naturally needs talented people. This time he is holding a hunting feast to invite all the disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to join in. This is considered winning the hearts of the people in advance. Lin Tian understood, so that's the case. Xian Qingyun smiled and rubbed his hands. His eyes lit up. Speaking of which, brother-in-law, this is also a competition. It is said that the reward for the first place is a supreme treasure. Supreme treasure. Lin Tian was also surprised. Weapons were generally divided into spiritual weapons, precious weapons, supreme treasures, and immortal weapons. The value of a supreme treasure was very shocking. Xian Qingyun nodded. His excited expression gradually calmed down. However, the first place should be that Jiang Runwen. Just ignore him. Apart from the first place, the second place to the 50th place will also be rewarded. It is said that they are all very valuable. With brother-in-law's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get into the top 5. Lin Tian smiled. Top 5, maybe. Will you participate? Lin Tian asked. Xian Qingyun smiled embarrassedly and said, in principle, all the disciples of the imperial courtyard have to participate. After all, they have to give face to the crown prince. However, I am a little special. Because I paid to get in, I can choose not to go. Then, I will choose not to go. I haven't reached the divine vein realm yet. It will be too embarrassing for me to go. Lin Tian smiled. This guy was quite imaginative. Do you want to go to the wild sand world? He said. Xian Qingyun's face lit up. He immediately nodded. Okay. Although I haven't reached the divine vein realm yet, I feel that my strength is many times stronger than before. I want to go and have a try. Brother-in-law, quickly take me there. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. Immediately, he took Xian Qingyun to the wild sand world. He immediately found that this guy's strength was indeed much stronger. Soon, you will be able to cultivate here by yourself. Lin Tiandao, Xian Qingyun, chuckled with a proud expression on his face. The two of them stayed in the wild sand world for nearly 4 hours before walking out. After that, Lin Tian returned to his residence, and Xian Qingyun returned to the Xian clan. Then, Lin Tianyi continued his boring cultivation as usual. During these days, the Jiang clan didn't come to find trouble with him, which made him somewhat disappointed. He actually hoped that the Jiang clan would send many people to his residence to assassinate him. This way, he could kill them one by one and vent his anger. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a bell rang in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, reverberating through the entire courtyard. What's that? What's wrong? Many disciples were puzzled. At this moment, a voice rang in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. No one knew how it spread out. The Crown Prince has set up a hunting feast at the demonic Beast Ridge. He has invited all disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to have fun together. There will be a reward for the top 50. Tomorrow afternoon, all disciples will gather at the border of the demonic Beast Ridge. Everyone in the Imperial Courtyard was shocked when they heard the voice. The Crown Prince invited us to have fun together. There will be a reward for the top 50. The top 50. If it's the top 50, I might have a chance too. Me too, as expected of the Crown Prince. There will be a reward for the top 50. How generous. Many people were delighted. Immediately, many people returned to their residences to prepare for the hunting feast tomorrow. Lin Tian naturally heard the voice. He was in his residence. He raised his head to look at the sky before lowering his head again. Since he had already heard about it from Xian Qingyun, he wasn't too surprised. He quickly circulated the 4 extreme scripture and immersed himself in his cultivation. The night passed by quickly. The next day, every disciple in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was excited. Many people woke up early in the morning and headed towards the border of the demonic Beast Ridge in groups. After all, the Crown Prince had personally invited them. It was an honor. How could the ordinary disciples not be excited? If they were chosen as the Crown Prince's guards, their future would be bright. When Lin Tian woke up, the imperial courtyard was almost empty. There were only a few disciples heading towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. Of course, they were jogging. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. Soon after, he arrived at the border of the demonic beast ridge. As far as the eye could see, the edge of the demonic beast ridge was filled with densely packed silhouettes. There were at least hundreds of them. After all the disciples in the imperial courtyard had come. There were only a few special people like Xi and Chinyan. Lin Tian looked towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. There were many martial artists there. Although they were expressionless, the aura they emitted was very powerful. Most of them were divine Vane realm experts. Looking at the attire of these martial artists, Lin Tian knew that they were soldiers. They should be the Crown Prince's men. I heard that the reward for the first place of the hunt is a supreme treasure. Don't even think about the first place. It's fine as long as you can enter the top 50. That's true. The first place will definitely be Jiang Renwen. However, it's surprising that the Crown Prince would invite us to hunt together. Indeed, many people whispered to each other. At this moment, horses came from afar. The leader was a young man. He was wearing a brocade robe with 9 dragons embroidered on it. The young man looked very handsome. His eyes seemed to contain divine light when he opened and closed them. He was the kind of person who would be eye-catching in a crowd. He attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. There were 3 other people beside the young man. One of them was wearing a purple robe. It was Jiang Renwen. There were 2 other people beside Jiang Renwen. They were the Duan family's Duan Wenba and the Lung family's Lung Feng. The Crown Prince is here. So handsome. Jiang Renwen is actually traveling side by side with the Crown Prince. Duan Wenba and Lung Feng are here too. The future successors of the 3 great martial Dao families are with the Crown Prince. Sure, silence. The Crown Prince is coming over. Don't be rude, someone said. The Crown Prince had a smile on his face, giving people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. He rode his horse and arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples. Everyone here is the genius of my Northern Flame country. Today, Zhu Wudao is able to hunt together with all of you. It's a joyous occasion. I hope everyone can have a good time. The Crown Prince said with a smile. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples bowed and said in unison, "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your invitation." The Crown Prince, Zhu Wudao, was the 2nd prince of the Northern Flame country. He was 21 years old and was highly regarded by the current emperor. He was conferred the title of Crown Prince 3 years ago. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples looked at Zhu Wudao with reverence. It wasn't only because Zhu Wudao was the Crown Prince of the Northern Flame country. It was also because Zhu Wudao was very powerful. He was at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm and was ranked 2nd on the Imperial City's Fengyan list. Lin Tian looked at Zhu Wudao. At first glance, he felt that this person was a dragon among men. He was extraordinary. However, he didn't care much about it. Instead, he looked at Jiang Renwen, who was beside him, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Jiang Renwen sat on the back of his horse, looking for something in the crowd. Soon he saw Lin Tian. Instantly, Jiang Renwen's eyes became incomparably cold and a wave of killing intent spread out. Chapter 176. 1 second remember literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian naturally sensed Jiang Renwen's killing intent. Staring at Jiang Renwen, he only smiled coldly. Zhu Wudao also noticed the killing intent emitted by Jiang Renwen. "Renwen, what's wrong?" Zhu Wudao asked. "Nothing. I just saw a disgusting face." Jiang Renwen said coldly. Zhu Wudao followed Jiang Renwen's gaze and saw Lin Tian in the crowd. A light flashed in his eyes. After Jiang Renwen was severely injured, he sent people to investigate Lin Tian. Although this was the first time he saw him, he was not unfamiliar with him. Beside him, Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng also saw Lin Tian. Duan Wenbo narrowed his eyes, while Lung Feng's expression was very cold. There was the same killing intent in his eyes as Jiang Renwen. At this moment, a sedan came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Zhu Wudao looked in that direction and couldn't help but show some suspicion. The sedan was driven by an old man. After a while, the sedan steadily came to a stop. "Miss, we're here," the old man said. The curtain was pulled open and a young girl walked out of the sedan. "This is Jiyu." This young prodigy actually came, stunning as always. I didn't hear that she was coming. She's coming. Do we have to specially inform you? It's really a feast. Many people were excited. Staring at Jiyu, Lin Tian was a little surprised. Jiyu was invited by Zhu Wudao. Jiyu walked out of the palanquin, nodded to the coachman, and walked forward. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Zhu Wudao. He bowed slightly and said, "Jiyu came uninvited. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Can Jiyu participate in this feast? The #1 prodigy of the imperial city is here." Zhu Wudao couldn't ask for more. Zhu Wudao smiled and said, "Also, Jiyu, you're too polite. Just call me by my name. Calling me Your Highness is too polite." "Thank you, Your Highness." Literature building. Jiyu smiled. Zhu Wudao waved his hand and said to the side, "Men, prepare a horse for Miss Ji." "There's no need for that, Your Highness. Jiyu has his own horse. There's no need to take care of me," Jiyu said. Not far away, the coachman brought a white horse over. Zhu Wudao nodded and smiled. "Good horse. He's a good match for you, Xiaoyu." Jiang Renwen glanced at Jiyu with a strange glint in his eyes, but he quickly shifted his gaze away. Duan Wenbo did the same on the other side. Only Lung Feng's expression didn't look too good. His brother Lung Yidong's death was more or less related to Jiyu. At this moment, he stared at Jiyu with a cold gaze. At this moment, Zhu Wudao looked at the imperial courtyard disciples and said with a smile, "Everyone, please enter the forest together." Zhu Wudao gestured for Jiyu to follow him, and the four of them walked towards the demonic beast ridge. As expected of Miss Ji, even His Highness the Crown Prince has to treat her with respect. Nonsense, that's the old general's granddaughter, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city. "Let's go," someone said. The earth trembled as hundreds of people from the northern flame imperial courtyard ran towards the demonic beast ridge together. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu and Zhu Wudao's backs and frowned slightly. After a short pause, he shook his head and followed the crowd towards the demonic beast ridge. Roar! Roar! As soon as they entered the demonic beast ridge, the roars of demonic beasts entered their ears. They could see many silhouettes flashing in front of them as they shuttled through the forest, killing demonic beasts with their swords from time to time. Lin Tian's footsteps were calm as he walked at the back of the group. "Lin Tian," a voice sounded. Beside him, behind an old tree, a young girl walked out and looked at him with a smile. It was Jiyu. "You," Lin Tian was a little surprised. Jiyu walked forward. "Why, you don't know me?" Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Didn't you go with Zhu Wudao and the others? Why are you here?" "Stupid, I'm here for you. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in this feast?" "Stupid," Jiyu muttered. Lin Tian took a step forward. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." "Nothing, let's go together," Jiyu said. She suddenly blushed and explained, "What I meant was that if we go together, we might be able to get the first place." "Sure." Lin Tian smiled. He naturally didn't have any objections. The two of them then walked towards the depths of the demonic beast ridge. Soon, they were 2,000 feet into the demonic beast ridge. At this time, a peak grade 5 demonic beast rushed over. Its tyrannical demonic aura swept up a gust of wind as it pounced towards Jiyu. Lin Tianyi dodged and blocked in front of Jiyu, throwing out a punch. With a bang, the demonic beast was sent flying, twitching a few times before it stopped moving. "Are you okay?" Lin Tian asked Jiyu. Jiyu shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't treat me like a vase, okay? I can fight too." Lin Tian blinked and said with a smile, "You're not bad even if you're just a vase. When did you become so good at coaxing girls?" Jiyu snickered. "It's the truth, the truth," Lin Tian said embarrassedly. Jiyu rolled her eyes and took the lead to walk forward. In the end, the feast of hunting was actually a competition to see who could hunt more beast cores. Of course, the level of the beast cores would also be counted. After that, Lin Tian and Jiyu were ambushed by many demonic beasts. Of course, they were all dealt with by Lin Tian. "You've reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm?" Jiyu was a little surprised. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. "You've cultivated really fast. Amazing." Jiyu praised. Lin Tian was speechless. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" He felt a little helpless when he was praised by a girl who was younger than him but had a higher cultivation level than him. "Of course I'm praising you." Jiyu said, "Is that so? Thank you so much." Lin Tian blushed with shame. Soon, the two of them were within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. In this place, the demonic aura in the air was extremely dense. 5th-level demonic beasts were relatively common in this area. 5th-level demonic beasts were the main component of this area. Be careful. The demonic beasts here are not simple. Lin Tianandao. Jiyu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "You really treat me like a vase." "It's not that," Lin Tian said embarrassedly. "He just said that subconsciously." After all, Jiyu looked really weak. The two of them stepped into the forest. There were more shrubs under their feet. Soon, a mid-level 6th-level demonic beast appeared in front of them. This demonic beast was surrounded by flames. Its demonic eyes seemed to be burning with red flames, which was daunting. Blazing Bear, comparable to an 8th-level divine range. Jiyu said. As soon as he said that, the blazing bear had already pounced over. Suddenly, a terrifying, scorching sensation came over. "Leave it to me," Lin Tianandao. As he said that, he had already rushed out. The broken wound sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Puff! Blood splattered. The blazing bear was sent flying. Lin Tianyi's sword had slashed its neck. Jiyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to injure the blazing bear, which was comparable to an 8th-level divine range, in one strike. Amazing. Jiyu muttered to himself. The blazing bear was in pain. It couldn't help but roar and pounce on Lin Tian. As the blazing bear approached, the air couldn't help but distort. The oppressive scorching heat made Lin Tian frown. It's indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and moved instantly. With a whoosh, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he passed by the blazing bear. Vaguely, a ray of light streaked across the air. Lightning sword. With a puff, blood splattered. The blazing bear let out a miserable cry and fell straight down. What a fast sword! At the side, Jiyu whispered. Lin Tian took out the beast core of the blazing bear and came to Jiyu. Amazing! Jiyu smiled. Not bad. Lin Tian scratched his head. Actually, you are very happy now. After all, you are continuously praised by a great beauty like me, right? Jiyu suddenly said mischievously. Lin Tianyi blushed with embarrassment. He didn't expect Jiyu to say something like that. All right, I'm just teasing you. Let's go. Jiyu covered her mouth and snickered. Lin Tian smiled and walked deeper into the forest with Jiyu. Clang! At this moment, a ray of sword light came and landed directly beside Lin Tian's feet, cutting a large crack in the ground. Lin Tian frowned and looked to the side. He saw 3 figures walking towards them. The one in the middle was a young man in purple. It was Jiang Renwen. The 2 beside him were Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng. Jiang Renwen was holding a sword in his hand. Obviously, it was Jiang Renwen who attacked just now. Jiang Renwen walked over step by step, not hiding his killing intent at all. Lung Feng's eyes were also cold and filled with killing intent. Duan Wenbo crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. "You guys, what's the meaning of this?" Jiyu asked. Jiang Renwen glanced at Jiyu and then looked at Lin Tian. Lung Feng kept staring at Lin Tian. "Miss Ji, you told the Crown Prince that you were delayed by something. Was it because you were waiting for this Lin Tian?" Duan Wenbo joked. "That's my business. I don't have to answer you," Jiyu said. Duan Wenbo's eyes flashed coldly, but then he shrugged and looked at Lin Tian. "Today is going to be an interesting day." Duan Wenbo smiled. Lin Tian glanced at Duan Wenbo with an expressionless face and then looked at Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen held his sword and gave off a terrifying aura as he walked towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took would cause the ground to resound with a thud. At this moment, he didn't hide his killing intent at all. It was so cold that it was a little scary. It made the surrounding air seem oppressive. "Stop," Jiyu said. Jiyu took a step forward. Although Lin Tian was very strong, he was only at the 7th level of the divine range. In terms of real battle strength, she still felt that Lin Tian was much weaker than Jiang Renwen. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on her shoulder and pulled her back. Lin Tian took a step forward and looked at Jiang Renwen calmly. "You have guts," Jiang Renwen said coldly. His powerful sword intent suddenly bloomed and rolled towards Lin Tian like a divine light. "You're just a loser. How dare you say that?" Lin Tian confronted him. The broken wound sword shook, and the blue thunder sword light intertwined and collided with Jiang Renwen's sword light. Chapter 177. The violent sword essence spread out, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, who knew how many old trees in the forest were destroyed by the sword qi released by the 2 of them? Lin Tian rushed forward, and the piercing injury sword collided with Jiang Ren's sword, making a crisp clang. Jiang Ren's face was cold. He held the sword in his right hand, and his left hand slapped toward Lin Tian. "Humph!" Lin Tianlung snorted, clenched his left hand into a fist, and punched out. The fist and palm collided with a bang, and the 2 men retreated together. 7th heaven of the divine range. Not far away, outside the battlefield, Lung Feng's face became a little ugly. Duan Wenbo squinted his eyes, looking a little surprised. It had been less than half a month, and Lin Tian's cultivation had improved again. Only the 7th level. "It's not enough," Jiang Ren said coldly. Jiang Ren took a step forward, and a terrifying sword essence suddenly spread out, and the murderous qi was like the roaring yellow river. Lin Tian's face was cold. The long sword in his hand shook, and the thunder sword roar suddenly rose. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 men rushed at each other again. Clang! 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 Jiang Ren waved his long sword, and with a wave of his hand, an energy sword pierced toward Lin Tian. Boom! Suddenly, the space shook, and most of the leaves on the ground were crushed. Obviously, this sword was very terrifying. Lin Tian naturally felt it. His eyes narrowed, and then he slashed out fiercely. With a clang, thunder roared, and Jiang Ren's energy sword was immediately shattered. However, at this time, the shattered energy sword did not dissipate, but turned into countless small sword qi, like a sword rain, and shot toward Lin Tian. "Be careful!" Jiyu shouted. Lin Tian's face did not change. He immediately performed the yin and yang hua, and the piercing injury sword slashed out streaks of azure thunder sword qi. Qi! 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 Like the dissipation of smoke and fire, sand and dust flew up, The dense sword chi that shot towards Lin Tian was cut into pieces one by one. When the dust settled, Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw that many of his clothes were torn and there were several holes. He knew that those were caused by the sword chi. "You dare to fight me?" Jiang Renwen said coldly, holding the divine sword. Jiang Renwen approached Lin Tian step by step. "I really don't know what you're so proud of, and what qualifications do you have to be proud of?" Lin Tian shook his head. After those words, his eyes turned cold. In a flash, he arrived before Jiang Renwen at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The broken wound sword vibrated and the sound of thunder rang out. He held the broken wound sword in his right hand and swung it down viciously. Jiang Renwen's expression changed. He never thought that Lin Tian's speed would increase so much in an instant. For a moment, it was difficult for him to react. He could only hold his sword in front of him, blocking Lin Tian's sword of lightning. With a clang, the broken wound sword pressed down on Jiang Renwen's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. "It's not worth mentioning," Jiang Renwen said coldly. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's body suddenly tilted downwards. His left hand clenched into a fist, and he hooked it up to the sky from the ground. "You!" Bang! This punch ruthlessly struck Jiang Renwen's waist, immediately causing Jiang Renwen to be sent flying. Staring at this scene, Lung Feng and Duan Wenba were both shocked. The reason why Lin Tian could almost kill Jiang Renwen last time was because he didn't rely on his own battle strength. However, this time was different from that time. Lin Tian was now fighting Jiang Renwen with his own strength, and at this moment, Lin Tian actually injured Jiang Renwen. So powerful. Ji Yu was also a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was in the 7th layer of the divine range, would have such battle strength. The 7th layer against the 9th layer. There were 2 small steps in between. Jiang Renwen was sent flying and hit an old tree with a bang, letting out a muffled groan. "Peak of the divine range, this is your strength?" Lin Tian said sarcastically. Jiang Renwen stood up with the help of the old tree, and his face became extremely gloomy. "I want you to die. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength." Lin Tianlong smiled. As soon as his words fell, he stomped his foot and rushed towards Jiang Renwen. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the divine range, his battle strength had increased a lot. This might not be enough to kill Jiang Renwen, but it was enough for him to have no fear. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious. He didn't expect that Lin Tian would dare to rush towards him. "I'll kill you," Jiang Renwen said coldly. Jiang Renwen used the Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword art. Jiang Renwen shook his long sword and rushed towards Lin Tian like a rain of swords. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row and moved. The broken wound sword shook violently, and a sky thunder sword force slashed forward. Boom! The 2 collided, and a sky full of divine light burst out. At this time, the 2 rushed together again, and the long swords in their hands kept clashing. Jiang Renwen was very strong. His cultivation at the peak of the divine range was no joke. Rays of sword light rolled out from his sword and condensed into a sword storm, as if to bury everything. "Die!" Jiang Renwen shouted. Lin Tian's right hand slanted upwards, holding the sword hilt with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. With a swoosh, the sword storm condensed by Jiang Renwen was directly cut in half and then dissipated. "You were no match for me half a month ago, let alone now," Lin Tianlong said. As he spoke, he swung his sword and slashed towards Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's face was sinister. His body trembled and disappeared without a trace. Then Lin Tian felt a domineering aura close to him. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He cultivated the Heavenly One Soul spell, and his perception was far stronger than ordinary people. He knew that the aura came from Jiang Renwen and immediately slashed out. Clang! A crisp sound came out, and his broken wound sword and Jiang Renwen's sword collided. The Jiang family's broken tail sword technique was blocked. Duan Wenbo was surprised. The Jiang family's broken tail sword was, of course, a move of the Ice Soul sword technique. It rushed to the enemy at a speed beyond the limit and killed the enemy before they could react. It was one of the more powerful moves of the Ice Soul sword technique. Generally, no one could survive this move. But at this moment, Lin Tian actually blocked the broken tail sword of Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of the divine range, with his cultivation at the seventh sky of the divine range. This really shocked Duan Wenbo. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes became more and more vicious. Lin Tian actually blocked his sword. Surprised? Are you upset? Lin Tianlong smiled. As he said this, the broken wound sword in his hand shook, and the azure thunder sword Qi was suddenly vast and mighty. The tail-breaking sword art was indeed very strong, but Lin Tian had cultivated the sword of lightning before, and this tail-breaking sword art was very similar to the sword of lightning. Adding on the fact that he had the heavenly one-soul secret art and the Yin Liang, his perception and speed were both extremely strong. Naturally, he was able to block Jiang Renwen's tail-breaking sword art. I'll kill you, Jiang Renwen shouted. Who do you think you are? Lin Tianlong said. Facing the number one person on the Imperial City's ranking list, he was not afraid at all. He performed the Azure Thunder sword technique to the extreme, and with a step forward, the whole space was filled with the sound of thunder. Kill! Jiang Renwen shouted and took a step forward. At this moment, the two fought again. Fists, palms, martial skills, swordsmanship, divine techniques, all kinds of methods emerged one after another. Puff! Lin Tian's abdomen was hit by a sword, and blood immediately splashed out. However, at the same time, an iron fist landed on Jiang Renwen's chest and sent him flying. Number one in the Imperial City, what a joke! Lin Tian sneered. Facing Jiang Renwen, he pressed forward again. On the broken wound sword, the lightning sword arc became more shocking and powerful, now that he had mastered 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword technique, and it was said that the Azure Thunder Sword technique was at least a sea of consciousness martial skill, so it was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Renwen's face was gloomy, and he performed the Ice Soul sword technique to attack Lin Tian. Clang! 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 The two swords collided, and the sound of metal rang continuously. Such a scene shocked the other three to the point that their expressions changed. Damn it, when did he become so strong? Lung Feng gritted his teeth. He was only at the seventh sky of divine range, but he could barely block Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of divine range. Duan Wenbo was also shocked. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Duan Wenbo's eyes. A long spear silently appeared in his hand, and he quickly pressed it toward Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lung Feng also moved. A low-grade Zen sword appeared, and the penetrating rainbow sword technique was slashed out without hesitation. Lin Tian tilted his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, another light flashed, pure white as snow, and blocked in front of Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng. Jiyu, you want to be our enemy? Duan Wenbo said coldly. Jiyu's expression was calm, and he didn't speak. He just stood in front of Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng. Although you're not weak, you're only 6th on the billboard list. You're not my opponent. You'd better back off. Duan Wenbo said again. He was at the 9th heaven of the divine range, and he was 3rd on the billboard list. Jiyu glanced at Lin Tian and Jiang Renwen, and then looked at Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng. Don't go too far. Too far? He killed Lung Feng's brother and injured Jiang Renwen. His crimes are heinous. Shouldn't we kill him? Duan Wenbo said. Ji, you looked calm. They asked for it. They can't blame anyone. Such words were calm, but it was also hurtful. After all, it was said by Jiyu. Good. Very good. Don't blame anyone if you're injured. You asked for it. Duan Wenba sneered. As he spoke, Duan Wenba rushed forward. With a shake of his long spear, dense spear lights rained down like rain. Be careful, Lin Tian shouted. Then he rushed in Ji Yu's direction. Although Ji Yu was strong, he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. On the other hand, Duan Wenba was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm and ranked 3rd on the billboard list. Wang. Suddenly, a dazzling halo rushed out from Ji Yu's body, turning into a sea of light that pressed forward. Duan Wenba's spear lights were all annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, a huge force pressed down on Duan Wenba. With a bang, Duan Wenba was sent flying more than 7 zhang away, crashing into an old tree. Cough! Duan Wenba half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian stopped abruptly, staring at the scene in disbelief. Duan Wenba, who was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, ranked 3rd on the billboard list, was injured so heavily in one strike. Ji Yu tilted his head, looking at Lin Tian with a smile. I told you I can fight too. Chapter 178. Memorize the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was shocked and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was good at fighting. Wasn't this a bit too strong? Lung Feng originally took out the Zen sword, but at this moment he also stopped, his face full of shock. At the same time, Jiang Renwen also showed a strange expression. Duan Wenba coughed up blood and stood up, staring at Ji Yu in shock. Impossible! Boom! A violent aura spread out from Duan Wenba, which was several times stronger than before. How can I lose to a woman in the 8th sky of the divine range? Duan Wenba shouted. As he spoke, Duan Wenba rushed out, swinging the long spear in his hand and stabbing at Ji Yu. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He obviously felt the killing intent of this spear. It was almost a subconscious action. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Yu. With a clang, the thunder sword light slashed towards Duan Wenba. Go away! Duan Wenba shouted. Lin Tian coldly snorted. His sword aura shook, and the sky thunder sword chi became even more terrifying. Ji Yu was slightly stunned. She was both happy and helpless. Clang! At this moment, another sword sound was heard. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious, and he used the Ice Soul sword art to attack Lin Tian. Ji Yu raised her hand, and a pure light chain flew out, hitting Jiang Renwen's sword with a clang. Go away, Jiang Renwen said gloomily. As he spoke, the sword in his hand became colder and more terrifying. Ji Yu's expression was calm. She waved her hand, and lotus petals seemed to grow around her. Then they turned into bright light swords and rushed at Jiang Renwen. Suddenly, Jiang Renwen's long sword was blocked by dozens of lotus sword chi. At the same time, the other sword chi rushed at Jiang Renwen without slowing down. Jiang Renwen's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, retreating 10 feet before stopping. Lin Tian and Duan Wenba were fighting. Seeing this scene, they were both shocked and quickly separated. This, Lin Tian was surprised. Although they were both at the peak of the Divine Veins realm, Jiang Renwen was much stronger than Duan Wenba. However, at this moment, Ji Yu was still able to force Jiang Renwen back with a single strike. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he was very relaxed. This made Lin Tian stunned. Thinking back, he had once asked Ji Yu how Jiang Renwen was compared to her, and Ji Yu had said that the difference was too great. At that time, he had thought that Ji Yu was comparing them based on age and cultivation. If that was the case, then Jiang Renwen was indeed inferior to Ji Yu. However, he had never expected that Ji Yu didn't seem to be comparing them that way. This fellow, back then, was comparing purely based on combat strength, and then said that the difference was too great. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly felt a burst of fear. At this time, not only Lin Tian, but the other three were also stunned. How is this possible? Lung Feng was astonished. Jiang Renwen's expression was especially ugly. He was so pale that it was frightening. He was the number one on the Imperial City's ranking list, the person who was favored by the sect, and a peak divine veins realm expert. However, he was actually forced back more than 10 zhang by a girl at the 8th layer of the divine veins realm. Die! Jiang Renwen roared. His sword vibrated and slashed at Jiyu. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He subconsciously took a step forward, but immediately retreated. It seemed that Jiyu didn't need his protection. Don't worry. I already said that I can also fight. Trust me. Jiyu smiled. As she spoke, Jiyu raised her right hand. There wasn't any weapon in her hand, but then rays of true Yuan light condensed from her right hand, emitting a very strange fluctuation. It quickly rushed toward Jiang Renwen. Clang! The rays of light collided with Jiang Renwen's sword and actually produced a crisp clang. Kill! Jiang Renwen roared. The Ice Soul's sword art furiously slashed forward, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Ji Yu's expression became slightly more serious. This time, she also raised her left hand. Both of her hands moved simultaneously. Rays of pure white light rushed up from the surroundings, condensing into lotus-shaped sword chi, surging in all directions. Boom! This was an astonishing collision. The true Yuan light swept to every corner in the surroundings. Jiang Renwen's eyes were fierce. Every slash of his sword carried an astonishing aura. It was unknown how much stronger he was than when he fought with Lin Tian. Ji Yu also seemed to be more focused. Both of her hands moved continuously, and the aura on her body became even more terrifying. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding resounded continuously as if it was real. The two figures intertwined in the battlefield. Sometimes they separated, and sometimes they directly collided. Rays of light splashed in all directions. Lin Tian stared closely at Jiyu. He realized that although Jiyu's movements seemed gentle, the lotus-shaped sword chi was extraordinary. Every time Jiyu's terrifying sword chi was blocked by Jiyu's sword chi. Moreover, he noticed that not only did Jiyu control such a strange martial art, but she also seemed to have cultivated some kind of movement technique. Her movements were very graceful. Clang! 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 The sound of metal rang continuously, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Renwen flew out with a bang, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. How could this be? Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng were both stunned. In the second exchange, Jiang Renwen was injured. Lin Tian stared at Jiyu with a shocked expression. Jiang Renwen, the number one on the Imperial City's ranking list, was defeated by Jiyu, who was the number one in the Imperial City. Jiyu, you hid so deeply that you actually deceived everyone. Duan Wenbo sneered. Jiyu swept a glance at Duan Wenbo. What did she hide? Who did she deceive? She just didn't like to be in the limelight, and didn't like to show her face in public, that was all. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, she wouldn't have come here. Looking at Lin Tian, she smiled softly. Lin Tian, shall we go? Lin Tian nodded. Okay. Lin Tian knew that although he could stop Jiang Renwen, he definitely couldn't kill him. Since he couldn't kill him, there was no point in staying. As for Lung Feng and Duan Wenbo, he was confident that he could kill Lung Feng. But Duan Wenbo and Jiang Renwen wouldn't just watch him kill Lung Feng. They would definitely stop him. "Want to leave?" Duan Wenbo said coldly, blocking in front of the two. At the same time, Lung Feng also took a step forward, his expression extremely cold. Jiang Renwen stood up, and this time he stared at Jiyu with a vicious gaze. Renwen, use a mid-grade artifact. Lung Feng said. Jiang Renwen's expression was cold. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and a new sword appeared in his hand. This was a mid-grade artifact, divine sword. With this mid-grade artifact in hand, his aura suddenly rose by a lot, and an even sharper and more terrifying sword aura spread out from his body. Sharp and threatening. A mid-grade artifact could almost increase Jiang Renwen's battle strength by 70%. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. The aura that Jiang Renwen was exuding was really terrifying. Don't go too far. Ji Yu's expression darkened. Duan Wenba snorted. Ji Yuanshan has already resigned from his position as the great general, and now he's no different from a commoner. Today is different from the past. Don't be too nosy. It won't be good if you get yourself into trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Kill him, Lung Feng said. As he spoke, Lung Feng directly attacked, using the penetrating rainbow sword technique, pointing it at Lin Tian. Duan Wenba smiled coldly, the long spear in his hand trembling, full of killing intent. Jiang Renwen's expression was the coldest. The mid-grade artifact made his strength incomparably terrifying, increasing it by 70%. At this moment, Jiang Renwen was holding a mid-grade artifact sword, enveloping Lin Tian and Ji Yu in sword light at the same time. Ji Yu stood in front of Lin Tian, his hands intertwined, and his aura became stronger. Xiao Yu, stop. A voice sounded. Not far away, a handsome horse approached, with a young man in brocade sitting on it. It was Zhu Wudao. Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Wudao, then looked at Jiang Renwen and the others, whose expressions did not change at all, and his face suddenly darkened. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Ji Yu asked. Ji Yu was not stupid. Seeing the scene, of course, he knew something. Zhu Wudao did not even look at Lin Tian and said to Ji Yu, you should know how important it is to Beiyan that Renwen is chosen by the sect. Therefore, Renwen's enemy is Beiyan's enemy. Because of this, you are not reasonable at all? Ji Yu said in a low voice. Zhu Wudao's expression did not change, and he said, soon I will inherit the throne, and my words are the truth. Ji Yu did not say anything, because he knew that it was useless even if he said anything. Get out of the way, Zhu Wudao said. Ji Yu stood in front of Lin Tian, his expression calm, and shook his head. Zhu Wudao stared at Ji Yu and said, I heard that he saved you before. But Ji Yuanshan also gave him the general's deputy token, which can be considered as repayment for this kindness. Now, you don't have to protect him like this. Then Zhu Wudao said again, moreover, facing the four of us at the same time, can you protect him? I have to give it a try, Ji Yu said. Zhu Wudao stared at Ji Yu, and after a while he shook his head lightly. I will restrain her, Renwen. The three of you attack, Zhu Wudao said. Then Zhu Wudao jumped off the horse and walked towards Ji Yu. Your Highness, be careful. She is very powerful, Duan Wenba said. Zhu Wudao paused his steps. To be able to make Duan Wenba say such words, he instantly raised his guard against Ji Yu. In the next moment, Zhu Wudao raised his right hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand, exuding an extremely powerful fluctuation. Ji Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, a supreme treasure! Get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you, Zhu Wudao said. A supreme treasure was enough to increase the owner's strength by at least 1-fold. Ji Yu's expression did not look too good. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly held her right hand, which caused Ji Yu's cheeks to turn red. She secretly wondered why this guy would make such an intimate gesture at this time. Was he trying to encourage her? In the next moment, she found that there were 2 small scrolls in Lin Tian's hand, and could not help but be slightly stunned. Let's go first, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Chapter 179. Zhu Wudao's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian and Ji Yu's figures suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Not only Zhu Wudao, but Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba's expressions also changed slightly. He can temporarily hide himself, Lung Feng said. As he spoke, Lung Feng quickly took out a green mirror from his chest and shone it in front of him. Instantly, Lin Tian and Ji Yu's figures appeared. The two of them were fleeing into the distance. "Go after them!" Duan Wenba immediately shouted before he could be surprised. Jiang Renwen did not need to say anything. He immediately chased after them, the sword in his hand clanging. Lin Tian pulled Ji Yu forward. At this time, he naturally noticed Duan Wenba and the others who were chasing after them. His expression changed slightly. He had used 2 Gale runes, which could temporarily hide his figure. He should not have been discovered by them. The ancestor has placed his divine sense in this mirror. Under the mirror, you have nowhere to hide. Don't even think about escaping. Lung Feng said coldly. During the new student assessment, Lung Feng already knew that Lin Tian possessed the ability to conceal himself. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong when he came to kill Lin Tian this time around, he had requested this treasure mirror from the clan, which allowed him to see Lin Tian behind his concealment. "Kill!" Duan Wenba said coldly. His long spear shone brightly. Jiang Renwen's eyes were the coldest. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Tian's face darkened slightly. He stared at the mirror in Lung Feng's hand. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. As expected, the Gale rune is ineffective against cultivators above the spiritual sea realm. The divine sense can detect many things in the world. Spiritual sense power was a power unique to experts who had reached the sea of consciousness realm. By relying on spiritual sense power, even in the dark of night, one could still perceive many things around him. Under the influence of spiritual sense power, the Gale mark lost its original magical effect. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a weapon rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. Behind them, a dazzling astral saber charged over at high speed, heading straight for Lin Tian and Ji Yu. With a boom, the saber exploded beside the two. A huge wave rolled up and shook the two of them apart. "Lin Tian!" Ji Yu shouted, holding up a pure white sword screen. Ji Yu stepped towards Lin Tian, but in the next moment, a figure blocked his path. It was Zhu Wudao. "Xiao Yu, stop," Zhu Wudao said. Zhu Wudao held a treasured saber in his hand. It was shining brightly, and the light gradually became very dazzling. "Your Highness, this is too much." He is also a citizen of the Northern Flame Country and a genius. He is stronger and more outstanding than Jiang Renwen. Why do you have to force him? Ji Yu said. Zhu Wudao's expression was calm. Unfortunately, he was not chosen by the sect. Ji Yu knew that it was useless to say anything. Lotus-shaped sword qi danced around his body, transforming into streaks of lotus-shaped sword qi. His aura grew stronger and stronger. She took a step forward, and a gust of sword wind swept out. Zhu Wudao's expression changed slightly, and his pupils could not help but shrink. "Little you, it turns out that you are so strong." After a pause, Zhu Wudao said again, "This martial technique of yours is a bit strange. It doesn't seem to belong to General Ji Yuanshan. Where did you learn it from?" Ji Yu stepped forward, wanting to break through Zhu Wudao and go towards Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tianyi was facing Jiang Renwen and the other two. He was in big trouble. Looking at Ji Yu's movement, Zhu Wudao shook his head and said, "You should know that my strength is not much weaker than Jiang Renwen. More importantly, I have a treasure in my hand. You have no hope of breaking through my restraint." "I have to try," Ji Yu said. The lotus-shaped sword qi rushed forward, and Ji Yu faced Zhu Wudao, wanting to rush towards Lin Tian. Zhu Wudao shook his head and blocked with his treasured saber. Boom! After a fierce collision, Ji Yu was unable to break through in the end. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Tian was fighting with Jiang Renwen. After Jiang Renwen took out a mid-grade treasure, it immediately brought great pressure to him. "Die!" Jiang Renwen shouted coldly and waved his sword, shining with dazzling light. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Yang Sutra and dodged. At the same time, he looked in Ji Yu's direction, paused, and immediately shot over. You still have time to care about others? A sneer sounded. Duan Wenba blocked at the side and attacked Lin Tian with his long spear. Lung Feng snorted and stood in the distance, using the penetrating rainbow sword technique, sweeping out sword chi. Lin Tian, don't worry about me. You run, don't fight them head-on, Ji Yu shouted. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Yang Sutra and dodged the sword chi, rushing towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu looked anxious and said, Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Run. With that, Ji Yu turned around and flashed in another direction, his speed extremely fast. Zhu Wudao didn't look at Lin Tianyi from beginning to end. He calmly chased after Ji Yu. Lin Tian's face darkened. The Yin Yang Sutra sped up and chased in Ji Yu's direction. You'd better worry about yourself. A cold voice sounded. Duan Wenba came from the other side with a long spear. He swept his spear, stirring up a gust of wind. You're courting death. Lin Tian was furious. With a clang, a terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. Suddenly, the broken wound sword in his hand vibrated wildly. Thunderbolts shot out, and dozens of light swords appeared behind him, shooting towards Duan Wenba. Duan Wenba's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Puff! A bloody light rose. Duan Wenba's left arm was hit by a sword, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Lin Tian raised his head and looked in the direction Ji left, but he was already gone. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and his eyes emitted a trace of murderous intent. Although he knew Ji Yu would be fine, he was still very angry at this moment. You're all courting death. Staring at Duan Wenba and the other two, his expression became a little scary. With a boom, an extremely violent aura gushed out from his body. His cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer of divine veins was pushed to the limit. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have transformed into a destructive storm, rushing towards the 3 people at the same time. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking all directions. No one knew how many withered leaves were crushed. Lung Feng was the first to suffer. Under Lin Tian's fierce attack, he was hit in the chest, and blood immediately gushed out. Duan Wenba wasn't any better. He was sent flying by Lin Tianyi's sword and crashed into an old tree not far away. Only Jiang Renwen wasn't hurt. After all, he was at the peak of the divine range, and he had a middle-grade, precious weapon. Jiang Renwen's eyes were sinister, and he slashed at Lin Tian with his sword. Suddenly, a sword momentum that wasn't weaker than Lin Tian spread out, as if it was going to cut everything into pieces. Facing such a terrifying sword light, Lin Tian calmed down a little, and the anger in his heart receded quickly like the tide. Looking at the direction Ji Yu left, Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and shot in the opposite direction. He knew that Ji Yu deliberately went in that direction to let him escape without any worries. You can escape, Lung Feng said. Chase, Duan Wenba said coldly. Jiang Renwen had already chased after Lin Tian, and he slashed out cold sword chi from time to time. Lin Tian glanced back, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he shot all the way forward. Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Lung Feng, if the 3 of them were to team up, he wouldn't be their match no matter what. After all, he was only at the 7th heavenly layer of divine veins, while Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba were both at the peak of divine veins. Whoosh! 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 For figures shuttled through the old forest at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian unfolded a Gale rune, quickly hit his figure, and fled forward. However, just like the previous time, Lung Feng took out the mirror, and he immediately revealed himself again. Under the mirror, he had nowhere to hide. Clang! The sword chi and spear light were vast and mighty at the same time, constantly slashing at him. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang puppet, and he slashed out from time to time, shattering the spear light and sword chi. After a pause, he turned around and rushed in another direction. "You're quite fast," Duan Wenba said coldly. While speaking, Duan Wenba slashed out another spear light. Lin Tian dodged the spear light and kept running forward. Soon, he stopped in front of a withered forest. It was the rotten poison forest where the freshman assessment took place. He thought that once he entered the rotten poison forest, he wouldn't have to worry about Duan Wenba and the other two. However, sometimes things didn't go as planned. When he arrived here, he found that the poisonous fog from a few months ago had completely disappeared. He could vaguely see demonic beasts jumping around in the forest, but nothing happened. "Yes, I took the poison fire lizard's beast core and cut off the source of the poison," Lin Tian said to himself. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian turned around and shot in another direction. Duan Wenba and the other two followed closely behind him, especially Jiang Renwen, who was the fastest and the most agile. The Jiang family's Frost Soul sword art was continuously slashed out by Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's eyes were ice cold, and the coldness was extremely frightening. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi shot out in all directions, destroying countless old trees along the way. Lin Tian dodged one sword chi after another and never stopped. His speed was extremely fast. Relying on his speed, he might be able to widen the distance between him and the other three. However, if he were to confront them head-on, once he was surrounded, he would definitely die. "Today, you have no chance of escaping," Lung Feng said gloomily. As he said that, a few figures suddenly rushed out from not far away. The aura they emitted was very strong, and they were all in the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tian's expression changed. Naturally, he could tell that they were the experts of the Lung family. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a few figures rushed out from the other side. Among them were cultivators in the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm, and they all rushed towards Lin Tian. "Young master, leave it to us," one of them said to Jiang Renwen. "People of the Jiang family." Duan Wenba smiled sinisterly. He looked at the sky and said indifferently, "My Duan family's experts are keeping watch up there." At this time, there were a few demon birds circling in the sky. There were 2 figures standing on each of them, and the aura they emitted was not weak. Obviously, they were all cultivators of the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept his eyes over his surroundings before raising his head to look at the sky. He couldn't help but sneer. "The Imperial City's 3 great martial arts families moved for me, and even the Crown Prince is helping you. I, Lin Tian, really have a lot of face." Staring at the crowd, his expression was very cold. "You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you and daring to disobey our young master," someone from the Jiang family said. Chapter 180. Lin Tian glanced around with a cold expression. At the same time, his heart sank. There were too many experts around him, which was very unfavorable for him. "Attack!" someone from the Jiang family shouted. Suddenly, several figures rushed toward Lin Tian at the same time. These people were not weak. The weakest one was at the 8th sky of the divine range. Their combat strength was extraordinary. "Kill!" someone shouted coldly. Blade radiance and sword chi swept over, causing the air to hiss. Lin Tian dodged a blade radiance and waved the broken wound sword in his hand. A ray of azure thunder, sword chi swept over. Puff! Blood sputtered. In that direction, an expert from the Jiang family was slashed and lost an arm. Glancing at Jiang Renwen, Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. "Number 1 in the Imperial City? Bullshit. Number 1 in the Imperial City. I don't know which sect is blind to fancy such a mediocre person. He's simply an arrogant trash." Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What audacity! How dare you insult the legendary sex? Someone shouted angrily. Jiang Renwen's face became ugly, and his eyes were sinister. He had just fought with Jiyu. Although he didn't want to admit it, Jiyu was indeed stronger than him. Moreover, Jiyu was only at the 8th sky of the divine range. Right now, the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words was too thick, too obvious. I'll kill you, Jiang Renwen said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Renwen rushed out. His mid-grade, precious weapon shook, and cold swords filled the sky. Jiang Renwen had a mid-grade precious weapon, so Lin Tian didn't want to fight him head-on. He stepped on the Yin and Yang row and stepped back. He grabbed another person from the Jiang family, who rushed over and kicked him in the abdomen. Suddenly, the figure collided with Jiang Renwen. Get lost, Jiang Renwen said coldly. With a puff, Jiang Renwen's sword directly cut this person and continued to rush toward Lin Tian. You can even cut down your own expert without hesitation. How ruthless, Lin Tian said sarcastically. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate. With a flash of his feet, he followed a gap and rushed into the distance. Chase! Duan Wenba shouted. At the same time, several demonic birds were circling in the sky. Streaks of sword light fell from the sky, blocking Lin Tian's escape. At the same time, they also transmitted Lin Tian's location to Duan Wenba and the others. Duan clan! Lin Tian turned around and glanced at Duan Wenba, his eyes cold. The reason why the Jiang family and the Lung family were looking for trouble with him was because he already had a grudge with the two of them. However, this Duan Wenba had participated time and time again, even mobilizing the experts of his family. This caused his eyes to become extremely cold. After giving Duan Wenba a cold stare, Lin Tian left without looking back. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, Duan Wenba couldn't help but tremble slightly. He actually felt a chill run down his spine. Cursing inwardly, Duan Wenba jumped up and quickly chased after Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen was chosen by the sect and would soon enter the sect to cultivate. His future achievements were limitless. Although he didn't have a grudge with Lin Tian had offended Jiang Renwen. In order to get on Jiang Renwen's good side, he naturally had to stand out and deal with Lin Tian. Whoosh! 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 In the forest, one figure after another flickered, like a dark shadow of ghosts. 6 people from the Jiang family came, while 7 from the Lung family came. All of them were experts, and the weakest was at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range. Under such a lineup, Lin Tian faced great pressure. Naturally, he was in a very difficult situation. Not long after, he suffered a lot of minor injuries. Of course, the people from the 2 families didn't fare much better. Ah! A man from the Lung family screamed. He was stabbed in the chest by Lin Tian's sword, and immediately fell down in a pool of blood. In this gap, Lin Tian was also punched by a person next to him. He couldn't help but groan. Kill! Around him, other people rushed over and attacked mercilessly. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword, and the azure thunder sword art made a mighty sound of thunder. He stepped on the Yin and Yang puppet to dodge and retreat. At the same time, he fought with more than 10 people, which made him more or less in a difficult situation. One had to know that Jiang Renwen was still attacking him from the dozen or so people. Soon, half an hour passed. At this time, Lin Tian suddenly raised his left hand. Jiang Renwen's sword slashed over, but his face suddenly changed, and he quickly moved away. Get out of the way. At the same time, Jiang Renwen warned. Too late, Lin Tianlung said. A resplendent fist light suddenly flew out from his left fist. It was like a bolt of lightning, and immediately penetrated a cultivator behind Jiang Renwen, who didn't have enough time to dodge. Blood splattered all over the ground, and that cultivator directly fell to the ground face up. 1 hit, 1 kill. Nirvana fist art. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Tian. Lung Feng's expression became even more unsightly. The Nirvana fist art was extremely difficult to cultivate because it had an extremely high requirement for one's physique. He had never thought that Lin Tian could actually use the Nirvana fist art to kill a 9th heavenly layer divine vein expert in one move. This indicated that Lin Tian had almost completely mastered this fist art. How strong was his physical body to be able to do this? It should be known that Lin Tian was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range. This time we have to kill him. We can't let him live, Lung Feng said coldly. As he spoke, Lung Feng ordered the experts of the Lung family to attack with all their strength. Yes, young master, one of them answered. Suddenly, the experts of the Lung family released more powerful qi and pressed on Lin Tian coldly. Boom! A tyrannical aura swept out, and this place could not help but be swept up by a violent hurricane. The experts of the Lung family, the Jiang family, Duan Wenba, and Jiang Renwen, could almost kill anyone below the sea of consciousness realm. Facing such an attack, Lin Tian was exhausted. He was injured again and looked more and more embarrassed. If we miss today, your 3 families will never have peace again, Lin Tian said coldly. Wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, he swung the broken wound sword in his hand and slashed open a dazzling thunder sword. Miss today? What a joke. Do you think you have it tomorrow? Duan Wenba said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, dense sword radiance fell from the sky and slashed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua. His figure was like a dream, and he hurriedly avoided all the sword radiance. He glanced at Duan Wenba coldly and didn't stay. He decisively fled into the distance. In the face of so many experts, he didn't want to stay and fight. At this time, escaping was the wisest choice. You can't escape. You must die today. Lung Feng said, Kill him. Jiang Renwen said coldly. Duan Wenba's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the sky and said, Control his escape route. In the sky, several demon birds were circling, watching the forest without blinking. Then these people made their moves and slashed down with dense sword radiance, constantly causing trouble for Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the sky. His eyes were extremely cold. Get out of here. He raised his hand and waved his left hand. A Nirvana fist radiance flew into the sky. With a puff, one of the demon birds was suddenly blasted out by the fist radiance. With a shrill scream, the demon bird suddenly lost its balance and fell straight to the ground. This naturally made the 2 experts of the Duan family on the bird's back change their expressions and panic. They couldn't fly. Clang! At this time, the sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian swung the broken wound sword fiercely, and 2 azure thunder sword radiance rolled straight to the sky. The 2 experts of the Duan family who fell suddenly changed their expressions. They were in the air and couldn't avoid the sword radiance. Puff! Puff! Blood sputtered. The 2 of them were hit at the same time. After screaming, they fell to the ground. This scene made the other experts of the Duan family on the demon birds change their expressions. Fly higher, one of them said. Immediately, the few of them controlled the birds, and the height at which they circled was immediately pulled up. Duan Wenba's expression wasn't very good. His long spear vibrated, and the violent spear radiance swept in all directions. He really didn't expect that 2 of the Duan family's experts in the sky would be killed by Lin Tiansha. They were both divine pulse realm experts. Even for a martial arts family like theirs, divine pulse realm experts were experts. Go to hell. Jiang Renwen shouted. Lung Feng wouldn't fall behind. He hated Lin Tian to the bone. His Zen sword shone brightly in an instant. Kill! 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 At the same time, the other experts of the Lung family and Jiang family attacked together. They shouted coldly, and their killing intent surged. Lin Tian didn't resist forcefully. After slashing out a sword radiance, he fled again. These people were all experts. None of them had a lower cultivation than him. Moreover, they had rich combat experience. With so many of them together, plus Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba, the threat to him was too great. Clang! 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 In the old forest, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Tian's situation became more and more embarrassing. His heart became heavier and heavier. Lung Feng had that treasure mirror that contained the divine sense of a spiritual sea realm expert. The Gale mark couldn't work. With the Duan family's demon birds in the sky, no matter how fast he was, it was useless. His every move was monitored by the other party, and it was difficult to shake off the people behind him. Damn it! Lin Tian became a little irritated. Running all the way and clashing with experts from time to time, he had consumed a lot of true essence in his body. Let's see how long you can run, Duan Wenba said coldly. Duan Wenba didn't feel good about losing two divine pulse realm experts in the sky. Chase! Lung Feng shouted. Jiang Renwen's eyes were cold all the time. He stared at Lin Tian's back like a poisonous snake. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. Lin Tian felt that the true essence in his body was consumed even more. He only had about 30% left. This made him feel that there was a shadow approaching him. At this time, the front gradually became wider. The forest suddenly became sparse, and the light became more abundant. A cliff and mountain stream blocked the road ahead. Lin Tian stopped, and his face became extremely ugly. Swoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking was heard. Jiang Renwen and the others had caught up. A dozen people each stood in a position, blocking the retreat. Staring at the front, the dozen people were stunned. Then they laughed loudly. Even the heavens want you dead. Chapter 181. Lin Tian glanced at the cliff behind him, then looked at Jiang Renwen and the other two with a cold expression. Just accept your death. This will be your end, Duan Wenba said. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious. The sword in his hand vibrated and sword aura surged. Over a dozen people slowly closed in on Lin Tian. At the same time, all the roads in all directions were blocked. Lin Tian looked up and glanced above him, seeing several demonic birds in the air. The fighters of the Duan family were high up in the air, and the weapons in their hands flashed with cold light. He turned his head again and stared at Jiang Renwen and the other two, calming down. My life is not that easy to take, Lin Tianlung said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back and jumped off the edge of the cliff. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Over a dozen people's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian to do such a thing. They immediately rushed to the edge of the cliff. He knew that he was going to die and did not want to be humiliated, so he killed himself. Duan Wenba said, Coward! Jiang Renwen said coldly. He was very unhappy that he could not kill Lin Tian with his own hands. With a cold snort, Jiang Renwen put away his sword and went back the way he came. Duan Wenba shook his head and asked Lung Feng to leave together. Lung Feng stared at the bottom of the cliff and frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. After all, Lin Tian came out of the rotten poison forest unscathed. However, he shook his head after a while. Lin Tian might have had the antidote in the rotten poison forest. But if he jumped off the cliff, who could survive under the airborne realm? This cliff was very deep. Go back. Lung Feng said to the fighters of the Lung family. Yes, young master. The fighters of the Lung family all nodded. Over a dozen people quickly left. In the sky, the people of the Duan family also left on their demonic birds. The wind whistled in his ears, and the scene in front of him was rushing toward the sky. Lin Tian was falling rapidly. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his cheeks were hurting from the wind. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian struggled to swing the sword in his hand and thrust it toward the edge of the cliff. Just now, when he jumped off the cliff, he only took a small step forward, almost sticking close to the cliff wall as he fell. so that he could use his long sword to stab into the cliff wall to reduce the speed of his fall. In this way, he had a great chance of saving his life. This was the choice he had made when facing Jiang Renwen and the others. It could be said that he felt that this choice was very correct, because if he were to face Jiang Renwen and the others head-on, he would have no hope of breaking through and would almost certainly die. But if he were to jump off the cliff in this way, his chances of survival would be very high. Who? The wind was still howling in his ears. Lin Tian kept swinging his sword with great effort and finally managed to stab it into the cliff wall. The long sword pierced into the cliff, but he was still falling. The long sword drew a huge sword ditch on the cliff, sliding down for about 10 feet before stopping. Fortunately, it's a high-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such power. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When Lin Tian looked down, he could only see fog lingering at the bottom of the cliff. A wave of cold air surged up, but he was unable to see the bottom. Soon after, Lin Tian looked up, but he was also unable to see anything. Clearly, he had already descended a very deep distance. Should I go back up or down? Lin Tian muttered. After thinking about it for about 10 breaths, Lin Tian finally decided to go down the cliff. After all, climbing up the cliff was very laborious. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Jiang Renwen and the others had left. If someone was guarding the edge of the cliff, it would be very dangerous for him. On the other hand, it would be much easier to go down. Thinking of this, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. His left hand stuck to the cliff wall. His right hand pulled out the broken wound sword and fell down the cliff again. He did not climb down the cliff. Instead, he used the same method. After falling down a certain distance, he used the broken wound sword to stab into the cliff wall as a buffer to ensure his safety. Using this method to descend not only saved energy, but also time. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian looked down and saw a ray of light flashing. The surface of the water? Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Usually, only the surface of the water would refract that kind of light. Lin Tianwei was a little happy. Since he saw such a light, it meant that he was about to reach the bottom of the cliff. Taking a deep breath, this time he didn't use any buffer, but directly fell down. Splash! The water splashed, and the waves rose to a height of 10 feet. Lin Tian could clearly feel that he had indeed landed in a body of water. After that, he felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in ice. It was even colder than when he was in the turbulent current. Without much time to think, Lin Tian quickly floated to the surface. He could not help but shiver in fear. What's going on with this body of water? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Looking at it, it seemed to be a pool, neither big nor small. Lin Tianji felt that the temperature of the water was too low, so low that it was a little scary. It should be known that he was now in the 7th sky of the Holy Pulse, but he still felt cold. If an ordinary person came here, he would be frozen to death. Thinking of this, Lin Tian didn't stop and quickly swam to the shore. At this moment, the pool trembled, and waves surged up from not far away, causing the entire pool surface to churn. Lin Tianji felt the air become colder. Looking back, he saw a huge ice snake rush out from the bottom of the water with a pair of white eyes. Xianming snake. Lin Tian's face changed. Xianming snake, a 7th-level demonic beast, was almost as strong as an expert of the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and his speed became a little faster. Borrowing the momentum of the huge wave, he quickly rushed to the shore. After that, he didn't dare to linger. He didn't even have time to check his surroundings. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and fled. The Xianming snake roared. Suddenly, the water in the pool surged, and countless water droplets flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face changed. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and flashed away. At this moment, Yi Shiwen didn't think that these water droplets were ordinary. These water droplets were thrown out by a Class 7 demonic beast in anger. Just the strength of these water droplets was enough to kill an ordinary expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range. Although Yi Shiwen's physique was much stronger than an ordinary expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range, there was no need for him to test the power of these water droplets. The Xianming snake roared again, and the air became 10 degrees colder. Lin Tian felt pain in his ears, but he didn't dare to stop. He ran as fast as he could. After some time, the Xianming snake's breath weakened. It seemed that it didn't chase after him. Only then did Lin Tian stop his footsteps. He was already panting from exhaustion. No wonder the pool is so cold. It's the nest of the Xianming snake, a 7th-level demonic beast. Lin Tian thought to himself. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Tian began to seriously examine his surroundings. He discovered that this was a very desolate place. There were no trees, no flowers, and even the ground appeared to be somewhat dry. There were even cracks present. Lin Tian continued to walk forward. Suddenly he trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He looked up into the distance. He felt an extraordinary fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was very weak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it, but with the Tiani soul spell, his perception was very strong. He caught it. Let's go check it out, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. He held his breath and slowly moved in that direction. As he moved forward, the air became hot. It was as if there was a raging fire in front of him. It made him feel strange, but he didn't stop. He continued to walk in that direction. Gradually, Lin Tian's drenched clothes were dried by the scorching air. Not long after, Lin Tian began to sweat profusely due to the excessive heat, drenching his dry clothes. Finally, after a few breaths, Lin Tian stopped. What is that? Lin Tian stared ahead. His eyes narrowed. He had lost track of how far he had walked. At this moment, there was a stone wall in front of him. The stone wall was cracked. It was charred black, as if it had been burned by a raging fire. At this moment, he saw a ball of fire among them. The ball of fire was about the size of a fist, but it was emitting a threatening heat. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed in front of him, and his eyes were wide open. Fire crystal? He muttered to himself with uncertainty. The fire crystal was a crystal formed by the condensation of the fire source that existed naturally between heaven and earth. Not only did it nurture a vast amount of spiritual energy, but it was also filled with an astonishing amount of flame power. It could be said to be a treasure among treasures, and it was many times more precious than things like the blue spirit root. Lin Tian didn't expect that there would be such a treasure at the bottom of the cliff. No wonder it's so barren. The ground is so dry. It's because of this. Lin Tian thought to himself. But then Lin Tian became excited as he stared ahead. The fire crystal was a rare treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He slowly approached the fire crystal. The fire crystal was formed by the natural fire. It had amazing spiritual power and flame power, but it didn't have its own consciousness. After all, it belonged to the same category as the blue spirit root. Because of its amazing flame power, there were no strong demonic beasts around. This made it more convenient for Lin Tian. He didn't have to worry about other things. Slowly, Lin Tian approached the fire crystal. As he got closer and closer to the fire crystal, Lin Tian felt hotter and hotter. His skin became redder and redder. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, which made him uncomfortable. Gee! Suddenly, a corner of his clothes caught fire. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, tried to extinguish the flames on his body. It's so hard to get close. Staring ahead, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was still dozens of feet away from the fire crystal, but at this place, the amazing flame power had already set his clothes on fire. If he continued to get closer, he would probably be set on fire by the amazing flame power. This made him a little annoyed. Chapter 182. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then began to operate the four extremity scriptures. Suddenly, a bright, true inner force covered his body, which strengthened his ability to withstand the heat. No pop-up window. Then he quickly approached the fire crystal. 300 feet, 200 feet, 200 feet, 200 feet. Soon, Lin Tian was only 15 feet away from the fire crystal. Chi! At this moment, the corner of his clothes burst into flames again. Even with the true inner force protecting his body, it was useless. Lin Tian cursed and quickly retreated. He only stopped after retreating more than 20 feet. No, I can't get close with my current cultivation. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel annoyed. He wanted the fire crystal very much, but now he couldn't even get close to it, let alone refine it. For a moment, Lin Tian paced back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the center of his right palm. There was a faint sword mark there. Will this thing work? Lin Tian thought to himself. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian opened his right hand and pushed the air forward. Effective! 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 He shouted in his heart. Back then, when he was still in the body refinement realm, it had helped him kill a demonic beast that had the strength of a divine vein realm cultivator. After that, it had allowed him to refine the demonic beast's core and even neutralize the poison in the corrosive poison forest. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Now, Lin Tian had placed all his hopes on this tiny sword mark. The four extremity scriptures quickly operated, and he approached the fire crystal step by step. Gradually, the burning sensation appeared again, and his skin slowly became hot. In response, Lin Tian resisted the burning sensation and still walked toward the fire crystal step by step. Soon, with a chi sound, the corner of his clothes burst into flames again. Lin Tian cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, just as he was about to put down his right hand, a strange feeling appeared. At this moment, the sword mark on his right hand lit up, and waves of mysterious light spread out, covering his entire body. Instantly, the burning corner of his clothes was extinguished, and the oppressive heat gradually faded away. Lin Tianwei paused for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. He really blocked it. After testing it a little, Lin Tian realized that he could no longer feel that astonishing flame power. It was as if he had put on an ice armor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He took a few steps forward and approached the fire crystal. Looking at the fire crystal up close, Lin Tian felt that the fire crystal was actually a little transparent and looked very beautiful. Moreover, the spiritual energy was even more shocking. Who? Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly reached out his right hand to grab the fire crystal. After all, it was such a scorching thing. Even though he couldn't feel the burning sensation, he still had to be careful. Slowly, his right hand grasped the fire crystal. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he touched it, he didn't feel the terrifying heat of the flames burning his palm. Wang! Suddenly, the fire crystal shook slightly and rushed into his body through his right hand like a ray of light. Lin Tian's expression changed. The next moment, he felt as if his body was burning. His whole body turned red, and all his pores opened up. The extreme heat burned his body, and he couldn't help but scream. At this moment, Lin Tianji felt as if a huge volcano had erupted in his body. Streams of magma flowed through his meridians to every corner of his body, burning his internal organs, bones, and blood. With a cry, Lin Tian couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he had fallen to the ground and was twitching, sweat dripping from his forehead. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed angrily. The burning sensation in his body was getting more and more intense. Lin Tian struggled to sit cross-legged, and the four extremities meridians were running madly to resist the heat flow in his body. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura erupted from his body and swept through the surroundings like a hurricane. Lin Tian held on with all his might, using the four extremities meridians to resist the terrifying heat in his body. Almost at the same time, streams of astonishing spiritual qi intertwined in his body and rushed to his meridians. Lin Tian naturally felt this situation. He glanced at the sword mark in his right hand and pressed it against his chest. Suddenly, rings of brilliance surrounded him. Lin Tian suddenly felt better, and his eyes became more determined. "You want to burn me to death with this level of heat? Impossible. I won't die so easily," he shouted in a low voice. The four extremities meridians and the heavenly one soul technique were running at the same time. He used the crazy spiritual qi in his body to build the eighth divine vein, and used the four extremities meridians and the heavenly one soul technique to resist the threatening heat. At this moment, he pressed his right hand against his chest, and the sword mark glowed, strengthening his resistance. This was the eighth divine vein. He chose the part from the head to the kidneys. As the astonishing heat from the fire crystal condensed along the route of the eighth divine vein, Lin Tian found that it was surprisingly easy for him to build the eighth divine vein. It was much easier than building any of the divine veins in the past. This, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, it was only for a moment, and he did not have the time to be surprised. The fire crystal entered his body and gave him an endless supply of spiritual qi, but it also put him in a difficult situation. At this time, an astonishing amount of flame power gathered in his body. It was as if a real fire had ignited in his body. It wanted to burn all his organs and meridians. He had to use the four extreme scriptures and the heavenly one soul spell to resist. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. The sky was completely dark, and one could vaguely see the stars in the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian's body suddenly produced a great force. He had completed the construction of the eighth divine vein. He had entered the eighth level of the divine vein. However, Lin Tian did not have the time to be happy. The spiritual qi was still attacking his flesh and blood. Am I really going to be burned to death? Lin Tian was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the fire crystal had been almost completely refined by him. However, the fire energy in the fire crystal was very difficult to refine. It constantly corroded his flesh and organs, causing him unbearable pain. His internal organs were all corroded. Lin Tian lowered his head and stared at the sword mark in his palm. He paused, then suddenly gritted his teeth. "I'm counting on you." Lin Tian Ondao. He activated the scripture of four extremes to the extreme. The vital essence in his body surged and gathered at the sword mark. He pressed the sword mark against his chest. The sword mark was close to his body. He wanted to use the sword mark to increase his vital essence. Then he would re-inject his vital essence into his body to refine the spiritual qi in his body. Buzz! As his vital essence surged, the sword mark in his right hand suddenly lit up. At this moment, the vital essence in his body had decreased significantly. The rampant spiritual qi suddenly became more terrifying, and the pain in his body was even more shocking. Lin Tianji endured the pain and continued to inject his vital essence into the sword mark in his right hand. It had to be said that Lin Tian's idea was very correct. As the vital essence flowed through the sword mark, its power indeed became much stronger. Then he controlled the vital essence to flow into his body through his chest. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in his body was suppressed, and the oppressive burning sensation disappeared little by little. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. He continued to circulate his vital essence according to this method. Buzz! As the power of flame continued to be refined, Lin Tianji felt himself gradually cool down. It was also at this time that strands of fiery light within his body turned into specks of starlight. Like fireflies, they actually quickly merged into his true essence. Lin Tian naturally felt this change and was shocked. At this moment, he clearly felt that his true essence was becoming stronger, and there was a special kind of power within it. Flame energy? Lin Tian was surprised. Back when he was cultivating the Azure Thunder Sword skill, he had deliberately endured the lightning strike of the Flame Thunderboar and refined that lightning power into his true essence, causing his true essence to carry a trace of lightning power. At this moment, wasn't this situation very similar to back then? Lin Tian could feel that his true essence was gradually giving birth to the power of fire. Moreover, the power of this flame was continuously increasing. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then he naturally became happy. Continue, he thought to himself. The four extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul mantra circulated at the same time, and the power of flame in his body was quickly refined. Not long after, Lin Tian no longer needed to rely on the sword tattoos because the power of flame in his body had mostly disappeared. Now he could resist and refine the power of flame purely by relying on the four extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul mantra. At the same time, Lin Tian began to construct the last divine meridian in his body. The last one, the heart. Lin Tian thought to himself, the importance of the heart to the human body was self-evident. Therefore, Lin Tian placed this divine meridian at the end. At this moment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in his body surged toward his heart and began to condense the 9th divine meridian. Buzz! Lin Tian's body was glowing, and the aura he emitted was gradually increasing. The next day, the sky gradually brightened. The morning sun shone on the earth. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura gradually stabilized. The power of flame in his body had been completely refined, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had all disappeared. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian slowly stood up. Intermediate level 8 divine meridian. Half of the 9th divine meridian is formed. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Lin Tian could feel how powerful he was. Let's try that power. The broken wound sword suddenly appeared, and Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Streaks of lightning appeared, crackling loudly, and its power was astonishing. Then Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. With a shake of his right hand, a surge of power of flame was generated, covering the lightning. The two merged together, and the power of the sword suddenly increased greatly. Good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Now, not only did his true yuan contain the power of lightning, it also contained the power of fire. Most importantly, these two powers had perfectly fused together, causing his true yuan to be stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba Lungfeng, and Zhu Wudao. With a cold snort, Lin Tian turned back the way he came. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed not far away, and it immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. Chapter 183. Memorize the Literature Building, providing you with interesting novels to read. The glimmer was not far from where the fire crystal was. Lin Tian carefully approached it and saw that there was something buried under the soil. The exposed surface reflected a ray of light. Lin Tian was curious. He squatted down and dug up the soil on the surface. He saw a piece of green jade buried under the soil. This is... Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this kind of green jade. It was the same material as the one in the Mo family stone ring. At that time, that piece of jade recorded the incomplete manual of the Sky Thunder Sword technique. Lin Tian quickly took out the green jade and carefully wiped it clean. He then looked at it against the sunlight. Instantly, one by one, the barely discernible words appeared in his field of vision, causing him to instantly reveal an expression of ecstasy. This was because the small words engraved on the green jade were indeed the incomplete manual of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Then, Lin Tianyi read it word by word. His expression became more and more excited. The last 40%. Holding the piece of green jade, Lin Tian was very excited. He had already mastered 60% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique, and this piece of green jade recorded the last 40% of the sword technique. Lin Tian took a deep breath. After 10 breaths, he finally calmed down. This is the will of the heavens. Jiang Renwen, you guys wait and see. Lin Tianling smiled. Standing up, Lin Tian glanced around. Suddenly, the broken wound sword appeared in his hand. Waves of thunder sword chi appeared. He was ready to leave, but he did not expect to find the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique at this time. He decided to practice the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique here first. Clang! The thunder sword chi vibrated. Lin Tian stretched out his body and swung the broken wound sword. Lin Tian practiced the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique. After a while, he was shocked. He realized that the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique was too exquisite. He only practiced it for a short while, but he felt that his combat strength had increased by a lot. Clang! 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 A series of sword cries resounded in the surroundings. Lin Tian unleashed the Azure Thunder Sword technique below the cliff, causing the air to distort. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. At the edge of the demonic beast ridge, beside the green rock, a white-clothed girl stood there and quietly looked into the forest. I don't believe that you're dead. How could someone as outstanding as you die? The girl bit her lip. From afar, the young girl's figure appeared very frail. It was none other than Jiyu. It was close to winter, and snow was falling from the sky. Not far away, an old man came over. Miss, you've been waiting here for half a month. Go back. The old man's name was Lu Wen, and he couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the demonic beast ridge. His face was filled with worry. He had watched Jiyu grow up and treated her like his own granddaughter. Now that he saw Jiyu in such pain, Lu Wen also felt bad. His miss had always been intelligent, peaceful, and elegant. She had never been so sad before. I'm going to wait for him here. Just like last time. I will definitely be able to wait for him. Jiyu shook his head. There was a trace of fear in the girl's eyes. But more than that, there was determination. Lu Wen hesitated and said, But miss, the old emperor of Beiyan has passed away. Tomorrow is the day the crown prince will inherit the throne. The general and miss are both invited. If you don't go, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate. Jiyu was silent, looking into the demonic beast ridge. Her eyes softened. The next time we meet, I won't hide my feelings anymore. I want to tell you that my heart has long fallen for you. Turning around, Jiyu walked towards the imperial city. The girl still believed that Lin Tian was still alive. Lu Wen stared into the depths of the demonic beast ridge and couldn't help but sigh again. There were countless young geniuses in the imperial city, but which man could make his miss like this? Even the crown prince of Beiyan couldn't do it. But now, an ordinary young man came to the imperial city and changed everything. Lu Wen never thought that his miss would go to such an extent for a man. Young man, if you can feel it, come back quickly. Sighing, Lu Wen turned around and left. Imperial City, Imperial Palace. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is ready to inherit the throne. A voice sounded from outside the door. Inside the door, Zhu Wudao carried the crown on his back. Beside him stood 3 young men. They were Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenbo, and Lung Feng. What about that matter? Zhu Wudao asked calmly. That's also appropriate. A voice sounded from outside the door. Good. Zhu Wudao nodded. Lung Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhu Wudao, slightly hesitant. Zhu Wudao noticed this point and said with a smile, Lung Feng, You have doubts about that matter? After inheriting the throne, Zhu Wudao would need the support of the three major martial arts families. As the future successor of the Lung family, Zhu Wudao was very polite to Lung Feng and didn't put on the crown prince's dignity. Lung Feng nodded and frowned. Your Highness, is it really okay to take Ji Yu as the successor to destroy the general's residence? What if Ji Yu or Ji Yuanshan agree? We won't have an excuse to send troops to suppress the general's residence. This way, Ji Yuanshan will become the imperial father-in-law and his status will rise again. Hearing this, before Zhu Wudao could speak, Duan Wenbo laughed. Ji Yuanshan won't agree, and Ji Yu won't agree either. Duan Wenbo said. Wenbo is right, Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu won't agree. Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu will personally give me the reason for the crusade. Zhu Wudao's eyes were deep and he sighed. Ji Yuanshan has accumulated too much military power over the past few decades. Even though he has resigned as the great general, he is still a potential threat. He deserves to die for his achievements. Lung Feng snorted. Demon Beast Ridge, Cliff Mountain Stream. Literature Building, clang. The sound of the thunder sword reverberated, and a figure flashed quickly. The sky was still filled with snow, and it had piled up 3 feet on the ground. Lin Tian stepped on the snow and shook the broken wound sword in his hand. The light of thunder intertwined and crackled. In the next moment, flames appeared on top of the thunder. The thunder and fire intertwined, exuding an even more shocking sword aura. Flaming Thunder Sword, Lin Tian said in a low voice. With a clang, a flaming thunder sword aura rushed out of the broken wound sword and smashed a huge rock not far away. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian stopped. Not bad. Staring not far away, Lin Tian showed a satisfied smile. In half a month's time, he was able to control 20% of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. At the same time, he was able to perfectly integrate the power of fire and his vital essence into this set of sword techniques, once again increasing the power of this set of sword techniques. Now, although he was only at the 8th sky of the divine range, his battle strength was no weaker than a peak divine range expert. Let's find a guide to practice with, Lin Tian thought. After a pause, Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he thought of the pool far away. With a chuckle, Lin Tian quickly flashed over. Soon, Lin Tian came to the side of the pool. Like a sword aura, a dazzling sword aura suddenly disappeared into the pool. Damn snake, come out and play. He shouted. The surface of the water trembled, rolling like waves. In the next moment, a black ice serpent rushed out from the bottom of the pool, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled, the long sword in his hand trembling, directly slashing at the large snake. This serpent was the Xianming serpent, a level 7 demonic beast. Seeing that a human dared to provoke it, the Xianming serpent was enraged. It opened its mouth and released a torrent of ice, freezing a small part of the water. Lin Tian took a few steps to the side and swung his broken wound sword, shattering the ice. Again, after saying that, Lin Tian charged at the serpent. The Xianming serpent was even more enraged. The surface of the water shook even more, and it whipped its tail at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked. The strength of this tail was indeed terrifying. He clenched his left hand into a fist and countered with the Nirvana fist. Boom! A dazzling ray of light shot out and landed on the Xianming serpent's giant tail. The Xianming serpent roared in pain, but its giant tail continued to lash at Lin Tian. At the same time, it opened its mouth again and released another torrent of ice at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face paled. Clang! Lin Tian unfolded his Thunderfire sword and unleashed dozens of sword force. It was a shockingly powerful collision. After a while, Lin Tian was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That hurt. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his mouth and grimaced. Staring at the Xianming serpent, Lin Tian could not help but sigh. A level 7 demonic beast was indeed difficult to deal with. The Xianming serpent roared again. It opened its mouth and tried to bite Lin Tian. "Let's go. Damn snake. We'll play again in a few days." Lin Tian shouted. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the yin-yang puppet and disappeared into the distance. The Xianming serpent roared, but Lin Tian was too fast. It chased after Lin Tian for a few hundred meters before it lost sight of him. It roared angrily and froze the nearby rocks. Lin Tian returned to his practice area, gasping for breath. About half an hour later, his breathing stabilized, and his eyes brightened up a little. "I still have the last 20% of the Azure Thunder swordplay. If I can fully master this swordplay and combine it with the power of fire, I might be able to kill the level 7 demonic beast. Even if I can't, I should be able to tie with it." Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian channeled the Four Extremities scripture to restore his true yuan. Then he resumed his practice. 8 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Tian had mastered 30% of the Azure Thunder swordplay. Then he came to the side of the pool again. "Damn snake, come out and look at the snow," he shouted at the pond. At the same time, he gave the snake an energy blade as a gift. The Xianming serpent emerged from the water, sending waves 5 meters high into the air. It spat a mouthful of cold air at Lin Tian. At the same time, the Xianming serpent's tail rose from the water and lashed out at Lin Tian. "What a merciless snake!" Lin Tian chuckled. Then he charged at the Xianming serpent. Man and serpent clashed. In the end, Lin Tian was defeated. Of course, this time was much better than the last. At least, Lin Tian had left many wounds on the Xianming serpent's body. Returning to the training area, Lin Tian began to circulate the 4 extreme scriptures to heal the wounds he had sustained during the battle with the Xianming snake. At the same time, he began to replenish his Zhanyuan. After half an hour, he stood up and began to practice the Azure Thunder swordplay again. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was exactly 1 month since Lin Tian fell from the cliff. He had fully mastered the Azure Thunder swordplay. "Brother Snake, I'm here again," Lin Tian called out from the pond. Chapter 184. Lin Tian chuckled. With a shake of his broken wound sword, the sword of thunder and fire appeared. "Here I come, you damned snake." He smiled at the Xianming snake. No matter what, it was still a Class 7 demonic beast that was comparable to a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator. Lin Tian did not underestimate this snake at all. He immediately displayed his full strength. The Xianming snake roared angrily. Waves of water surged toward Lin Tian. "Slash!" Lin Tian shouted and swung his sword. Thunder and fire intertwined. The power of the sword was terrifying, and it shattered everything in its path. With a whoosh, Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and appeared in front of the Xianming snake. He punched it. Bang! The strength of this punch was not small. The level 7 giant snake was directly smashed into the pool. Lin Tian did not pursue. He smiled at the Xianming snake. In a month, Lin Tian had mastered the Azure Thunder swordsmanship. At the same time, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th godly pulse realm. His combat power was much stronger than before. Because he had practiced in the Phantom Cave several times, he had become more proficient in controlling his ethereal qi. His steps were more agile. The Xianming snake was enraged by Lin Tian's provocation. With a roar, the Xianming snake emitted a terrifying chill from its body. In the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the water was frozen. Whoosh! The Xianming snake swung its tail at Lin Tian. How terrifying! Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian made his move. The Nirvana fist met the Xianming snake's tail. The thunder and fire sword met the Xianming snake's cold breath. The two sides clashed again. Boom! 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 The man and the snake clashed creating a hurricane. In this place, the power of thunder, the power of fire, and the power of demon intertwined. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Tian retreated, panting. His body was covered in wounds. Not bad, you damn snake. Lin Tian gasped for breath. On the other side, the Xianming snake was in no better shape. His body was covered in sword wounds, and his eyes were filled with anger. Staring at Lin Tian, the Xianming snake couldn't help but roar. He couldn't believe that a human could hurt him so badly. Lin Tian covered his ears, closed one eye, and said with a wry smile, "There is actually such a strong demonic power. A demonic beast comparable to the sea of consciousness realm is really terrifying. It seems that I am still a little lacking." Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian struggled to stand up and put the shattering wound sword back into the stone ring. "Damn snake, I'm leaving. Thank you for practicing with me," he said to the Xianming snake. After saying that, he walked in the direction of the small pool. It was time to leave. The Xianming snake stared at Lin Tian's back and roared again. This human was arrogant and disgusting. However, after a short pause, the Xianming snake didn't chase after him. It felt that Lin Tian was very strong. It didn't have the confidence to kill Lin Tian. Roaring again, the Xianming snake slowly sank back into the pool and continued to sleep. Winter was bitterly cold. Snowflakes fluttered in the air and fell to the ground one by one. At the edge of the Demon Beast Ridge, Lin Tian slowly walked out. The air was cold, very cold. However, Lin Tian was still wearing a thin black robe. He didn't seem to feel the cold at all. Is it the power of the fire crystal? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Walking out of the Demon Beast Ridge, he stepped on the thick snow. Footprints appeared one after another, then were covered by the wind and snow. As he walked, Lin Tian suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. There was a blue stone. Although the snow was thick, it didn't completely cover the blue stone. Staring at the blue stone, Lin Tian was lost in thought. He vaguely remembered the last time he came out of the Demon Beast Ridge. A young girl waited for him there for 7 days. Lin Tian didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little depressed. Shaking his head, Lin Tian looked away and walked towards the Imperial City. After about 2 hours, Lin Tian arrived at the Imperial City and walked in. The snow outside the Imperial City was very thick. However, the streets of the Imperial City were different. There wasn't much snow, so it was easy to walk. Lin Tian wasn't surprised. After all, this was the Imperial City. The Imperial family couldn't let the snow pile up on the streets all the time. They would send people to clear the snow from time to time. Tomorrow is the day of the parade. Sigh. I didn't expect that General Ji would have the intention to rebel. That's just the Imperial family's word. I don't believe it. Who would believe it? But the evidence is conclusive. Someone found a letter of collusion between Ji Yuanshan and the enemy. This, the general's mansion, was bathed in blood. Sigh. Around them, people were whispering. Lin Tian's head suddenly buzzed, and he suddenly stopped. With a bang, someone bumped into him from behind and scolded, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop?" After saying that, the person rubbed his forehead and walked away while cursing. The snow was fluttering and the wind was blowing. Lin Tian suddenly felt that the whole world was quiet. He tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged people who were talking in the distance. He walked over step by step. "Young man, what's the matter?" Seeing Lin Tian walk over, one of them asked. "General's mansion." "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged people looked at each other and were surprised. "You don't know?" Lin Tian shook his head. He had just returned from Beast Demon Ridge. How would he know? One of them suddenly became interested, as if he had found someone who could listen to his bragging. He said, "About half a month ago, His Highness the Crown Prince ascended the throne and issued a decree to bestow Ji Yuanshan's daughter, Jiyu, as the Empress. This was a good thing. But who knew that Jiyu and Ji Yuanshan both refused? Isn't this defying the decree?" Then, something even more unexpected happened. Someone found a letter. It was actually a private letter between Ji Yuanshan and the enemy, intending to usurp power and seize the throne. Usurping power. TSK, it's really hard to imagine that old General Ji would do such a thing. It's really Sai. Lin Tian clenched his fists. What about Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu? The middle-aged people saw that Lin Tian's expression was a bit strange, but they didn't care. One of them said the general's mansion was sealed. Except for Ji Yu and Ji Yuanshan, everyone else was killed. Now, Ji Yuanshan seems to be locked up in the prison. Tomorrow he will be executed on the streets. Ji Yu is under house arrest in the palace. Sai, speaking of which, His Highness the Crown Prince is really infatuated. Even at this point, he still wants to protect Ji Yu. Crack! Next to them, the walls of a few shops suddenly cracked, startling them. Lin Tian's eyes became very cold, his killing intent intertwined, and his sword aura automatically dispersed. Crack! 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 Suddenly the surrounding walls cracked, and gusts of wind swept up from the ground. What's going on? The people around were all frightened. Lin Tian turned around and walked slowly in a direction. About an hour later, a mansion appeared in front of him. It was the general's mansion. As far as the eye could see, the general's mansion was surrounded by wooden fences, completely isolating the general's mansion. At this time, there were dozens of soldiers standing outside the mansion. Their cultivation was not weak, and they each held a long spear. Lin Tian came here and approached step by step. Who's there? Stop! A soldier shouted. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. A cold light flashed, and the soldier fell into a pool of blood on the spot. All of a sudden, the surrounding soldiers were all shocked, and they all surrounded him. Who are you? How dare you barge into the residence of the rebels? You're courting death. You must be that old thief's accomplice. Take him down. The soldiers rushed over quickly. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword with an extremely cold expression. He raised his sword, and the sound of thunder resounded in all directions. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered, and the dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood. They were all killed. There were many people around. Although they did not dare to approach the general's mansion, many of them had been watching. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Who is this person? How dare he barge into the general's mansion? Those are all soldiers of the empire. He actually dared to kill them all. Oh my God, this! Many people were stunned. Lin Tian's footsteps were very calm. He did not care about the expressions of the people around him. He cut open the wooden fence and arrived outside the general's mansion. He calmly pushed open the door. With a creak, the door of the general's mansion was pushed open. A faint smell of blood greeted him. As far as the eye could see, there were many corpses strewn about in the courtyard. Although the snow was falling, the faces of the corpses could still be vaguely recognized. Lin Tian saw two strong men. They were the two powerhouses who had been guarding the entrance of the general's mansion. They had kindly joked with him. Turning his head, Lin Tian saw an old man. That was Ji Yu's coachman. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 spears stabbed into his body. He was almost completely covered by the snow. Looking again, Lin Tian saw a few maids and women. When Ji Yu brought him around the general's mansion, these people always stared at him with ambiguous expressions. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little depressed. After a few breaths, he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the general's mansion. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived in front of a special room. He remembered that this was Ji Yu's room. After a pause, Lin Tian pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Tian immediately smelled a faint fragrance. He looked up and saw that the room was very cozy. Not far away, there was a pot of flowers by the window. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was the gift he gave to Ji Yu, the cloud star flower. He didn't use it? Lin Tian muttered. The cloud star flower could make a woman look good, but it had to be consumed for it to be effective. Gee, you didn't use it after receiving it? A young girl's room was always a little different. Lin Tian walked to the window. There was a small booklet on the table by the window. The handwriting on it was delicate and neat. It was obviously written by a young girl. Lin Tian raised his hand and paused. In the end, he couldn't help but flip open the booklet. As he flipped through the pages, Lin Tian realized that seemed to be a daily notebook. It recorded all the trivial things that happened on a daily basis. As he continued to flip through the pages, suddenly, Lin Tian's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Chapter 185. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little depressed. He finally understood why Ji Yu treated him so differently. All of them thought that Ji Yu didn't know how he saved her, but Ji Yu actually knew, and she knew it very clearly. That day, she saw the entire process herself. Lin Tian's right hand moved, flipping to a new page. The Imperial Courtyard's new student assessment is held at Beast Devil Ridge, and he's also there. If it's him, he'll definitely pass. Half a month has passed, and he hasn't come out yet. However, I believe that he'll be fine. After waiting for 7 days in Beast Devil Ridge, he finally came out. I always believed that he'll be fine. This guy is so powerful in the Imperial Courtyard's first ranking battle. He actually reached the 59th place in the first round. I received a gift from him today, and I'm very happy. I want to raise it forever, and I'll always be happy when I see it. This guy actually almost killed Jiang Renwen, and his growth speed is so fast. However, Jiang Renwen isn't simple. His identity is extraordinary, and many people in the Imperial City are apprehensive of him. However, I believe that he'll be fine. Compared to him, Jiang Renwen is nothing, and he's not scary at all. The Crown Prince organized a hunting feast, and he'll also go. In Beast Devil Ridge, he might be in danger alone, and Jiang Renwen and the others might join forces to deal with him. I'll go too. At least I'm stronger than them now. Oh, the two of us can stay together for a long time, and I'll protect him well, definitely. He fell off the cliff. I believe that he's still alive. It's been half a month, and he still hasn't come out. However, I still believe that he'll come back. Reading until here, Lin Tian clearly saw that the booklet was soaked by some kind of liquid. His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Now, even someone as powerful as him felt a lump in his throat looking at these delicate words. After a pause, he flipped to the last page. The next time we meet, I won't hide my feelings anymore. I want to tell him that my heart has been with him since a long time ago. If I don't say anything, that guy won't feel it. He's too stupid, too dumb. The words disappeared here, and there was nothing else after that. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He was indeed very stupid. A faint light flashed across his eyes as he carefully put the booklet into his stone ring. At the same time, he also put away the nebula flower beside the window. After glancing around the room, he slowly walked out and carefully closed the door behind him. Whew! The wind was blowing, the snow was falling, and the air was very cold. Lin Tian stared at the massive general's mansion. He glanced at the corpses strewn all over the courtyard and then walked out. He's out. Take him down. It must be the enemy. There were dozens of powerful soldiers standing outside the general's residence, and many of them were divine Vane realm experts. Lin Tian had forced his way into the general's residence. Naturally, the nearby generals had found out about it, and some of them had hurried over. Kill! One of the commanders shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of soldiers rushed towards Lin Tian, each one ruthless and merciless. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked out of the mansion, step by step. Clang! The thunderous roar of the sword reverberated in all directions. In this space, snowflakes fluttered in the air as a gale swept up. Immediately after, everything quieted down. Bang! 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 The dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood one after another. None of them survived, including the divine vein realm experts. All of them are dead. What happened? What did he do? I didn't see anything just now. Dozens of zhang away, some of the onlookers' expressions changed and their faces turned pale. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. He just walked into the distance, ignoring the corpses on the ground and the crowd around him. He walked straight in one direction. Instantly, the crowd in front of him made way for him. About an hour later, Lin Tian arrived in front of a luxurious pavilion, the treasure loft. "Sir, how can I help you?" A female attendant came up to him. The treasure loft was the largest auction house in the imperial city. The female attendants inside were naturally very polite. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He took out the silver token that Xan Yao had given him. The female attendant was moved, and her expression became even more respectful. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to Attendant Xan." As she spoke, the female attendant quickly ran to the second floor. Lin Tian stood quietly in the same place. At this moment, laughter sounded not far away. A man and a woman walked out of the auction house. The woman was pretty and charming. She was holding a pair of purple and gold bracelets. Her face was filled with excitement. The man was about 35 years old. He was well dressed and had an arrogant look on his face. There were many people nearby. They all looked at the middle-aged man with a respectful expression. "Sir Su is so generous. Sir Su, please take care." "Sir Su, would you do me the honor of coming to Immortal Knowledge Water Tower for a meal?" There were many people beside the man. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. The middle-aged man was the guest of the Lung family, Su Huarong. Su Huarong seemed to be enjoying the crowd's flattery. However, he suddenly felt a cold intent and raised his head to look. Su Huarong's expression changed drastically. "Lin Tian, you're not dead." Not long ago, Lung Feng had told Su Huarong that Lin Tian was dead, and this allowed Su Huarong to vent his anger in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Huarong had never imagined that he would actually meet Lin Tian once more in the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lin Tian was alive and well. Damn it! Su Huarong's expression was ugly. He quickly retreated and was about to leave the treasure loft. Lin Tian was not dead. This was big news. He had to inform the Lung family. Lin Tian stared at Su Huarong. A dagger appeared in his right hand. Lightning and fire immediately intertwined. His expression did not change from beginning to end. He raised his right hand, and the dagger in his hand flew toward Su Huarong like lightning. Poof! The dagger drew a streak of lightning and fire. It instantly pierced Su Huarong's throat, bringing with it a glaring ray of blood. Su Huarong trembled. He did not even have time to scream before he softly fell to the ground. "Sir Su!" "Murder!" Waves of screams rang out. The huge hall of the treasure loft was in chaos. A figure rushed out. It was Yang Luo, one of the people in charge of the treasure loft. Yang Luo's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in the hall. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Tian, he did not say a word. He knew that Lin Tian had the silver token, the symbol of the Xian family's heir candidate. "Sir Yang!" Many female attendants came over. Their faces were pale as they looked at Lin Tian in fear. The treasure loft had an extraordinary status in the imperial city. After all, it was established by the wealthy Xan family. Who would dare to mess around in the treasure loft? These female attendants did not expect that someone would dare to kill someone in the treasure loft. "Sir, quick! Catch him! It's him! He killed Sir Su!" Dozens of female attendants shouted. Yang Luo's expression darkened. He shouted in a low voice, "Silence!" Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Yang Luo had no right to interfere in this matter. Inside the treasure loft, pairs of eyes fell on Lin Tian. Many people pointed at him, wondering who the young man in front of them was. How could he be so bold? At this moment, someone walked down from the second floor of the treasure loft. It was a middle-aged man in a long robe. He exuded a powerful aura. "Sir Deacon, look at this!" Yang Luo walked up to him. The middle-aged man was none other than Xian Jing. Xian Jingye stared at Su Huarong's corpse in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian. His expression changed slightly. Xian Jingye had some status in the Xian family. Not long ago, he heard rumors of Lin Tian's death. However, he did not expect that Lin Tian was still alive and standing in front of him. Why? Xian Jingye glanced at Su Huarong's corpse and stared at Lin Tian. Xian Jingye's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Killing someone in the treasure loft had never happened since the treasure loft was established. Moreover, the person who died in the treasure loft today was not an ordinary person. He was a third-stage array manipulator and a guest of the Lung family. This would have a bad impact on the treasure loft. Lin Tian walked up to Xian Jingye and said, "I want something." Xian Jingye's expression darkened. He became colder when Lin Tian did not answer his question. "I'm asking you why you did this." Xian Jingye said coldly. A powerful aura swept out from him. There were many martial artists around. Their expressions changed when they felt the aura. Peak divine range. Someone gulped. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all as he faced Xian Jingye's aura. He took another step forward. "I want something." He stared at Xian Jingye without any expression on his face. There was a cold aura around him. He was not in a good mood. In fact, he was in a terrible mood. Xian Jingye trembled when he saw Lin Tian's eyes. He could not help but take a step back. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, but Xian Jingye saw something terrifying in them. It was like the grim reaper's blade, which made his soul tremble. After steadying himself, Xian Jingye swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Yang Luo, I'll leave this to you," Xian Jingye said. Then Xian Jingye looked at Lin Tian and said, "Come with me to the second floor." Everyone was shocked when they heard Xian Jingye's words. That's it. The second floor? Many people were shocked. Xian Jingye released a powerful aura. Almost everyone thought that Xian Jingye was going to directly suppress Lin Tian, but they didn't expect that Xian Jingye would say such words in the end. Not only did he not pursue the matter, he even invited Lin Tian to the second floor. This made some people, including Yang Luo, reveal strange expressions. Xian Jingye did not care about these people's expressions. He led the way to the second floor. Lin Tian was expressionless. He followed Xian Jingye to the second floor. Soon, they arrived at a room on the second floor. "Not long ago, Xian Jingye heard that you died in demonic Beast Ridge. He was sad for a long time, but he did not expect you to still be alive. However, it's too troublesome for you to kill Su Huarong like this." Xian Jingye frowned. He thought for a while and asked, "Also, you said you wanted something. What do you want?" "A treasure." Chapter 186. A. Xian Jingye didn't ask Lin Tian why he wanted the treasure. After all, Lin Tian was a martial arts cultivator. It was normal for him to look for stronger weapons. Just in time, a sword just arrived at Treasure Loft. Xian Jingye said, "How much is it?" Lin Tian asked. Xian Jingye thought for a moment and said, "You have a silver token. Sell it at the original price, 15 million spirit coins." Lin Tian nodded and took out a purple card. The Lin family's property was in Fengjian City. He had been in Fengjian City for a long time. Not long ago, the Qin family had completely collected the Xiao family's property. Together with the money earned from the Lin family's property, there were more than 20 million spirit coins. Xian Jingye was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so rich. "Wait a moment," Xian Jingye said, and walked to the back room. Soon, Xingye came up with a sword case and handed it to Lin Tian. Low-grade treasure. It's called the Soul Sword, Xingye said. Lin Tian opened the case. There was a 4-foot-long sword in the case. It was cold and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lin Tian was somewhat satisfied. Holding the sword hilt, he shook it slightly and put it into the stone ring. Low-grade treasure could increase the user's combat power by 80%. Thank you, he said to Xingye. As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. Wait, Xingye called Lin Tian. He hesitated for a moment and said, The general's mansion. Lin Tian had come to Treasure Loft with Ji Yu. They seemed to be close. Xingye knew that Lin Tian and the general's mansion had some relationship. At least, he was good friends with Ji Yu. Now that the general's mansion was in trouble, Xingye wanted to know Lin Tian's reaction. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and Xingye could feel that the air had turned colder. You! The cold air made Xingye's expression change slightly. It was obviously a terrifying killing intent. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xingye. Do you think Ji Yuanshan will usurp the throne? Xingye shook his head in silence. Old General Ji has fought on the battlefield for dozens of years. He has assisted several generations of kings of Beiyan. His prestige is too great, now that the new king has ascended to the throne. He doesn't want anyone who can threaten his throne. So, Xingye sighed. This is what they mean by the saying, one's achievements frightens the ruler. In history, there have been many people like this. My achievements shake the emperor? Lin Tianling smiled. All of a sudden, Xingye felt an even colder aura. His heart couldn't help but shrink. Taking a deep breath, Xingye said, Tomorrow the new king will personally parade General Ji through the streets and then behead him. At this point, Xingye felt a little helpless. In fact, many people in the Northern Flame Country were critical of the royal family's actions. After all, Ji Yuanshan had contributed a lot to the Northern Flame Country, and several of his sons had died on the battlefield. In the past few decades, it could be said that Ji Yuanshan had protected the peace of Beiyan. However, the new king, Zhu Wudao, didn't care because he had evidence of Ji Yuanshan's rebellion. I know. That's why I'm here to get the sword, Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Xingye's expression changed. You want to? Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked out. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Xingye felt something hit his chest. The young man's back at this moment was so majestic. A day passed quickly. It was late winter. The sky was filled with heavy snow. The majestic ancient buildings in the imperial city were covered in white snow. The whole world was shrouded in pure white. The air was cold. However, on this day, the streets of the imperial city were filled with people. In the distance, a group of soldiers walked over. There were at least a few hundred of them. In the middle of the group, there was a Vajra cage. In the cage, there was an old man. His long hair was loose, and he looked haggard. Ji Yuanshan, that old general. I never thought that old General Ji would have the intention to rebel. Sigh, the human heart. Many people murmured. Clang, 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 clang. It was the sound of hundreds of soldiers' armor. At the same time, the sound of the soldiers' footsteps shook the streets of the imperial city. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, 4 figures stood out. Zhu Wudao, Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Lung Feng. The former general, Ji Yuanshan, secretly colluded with the enemy and attempted to usurp the throne. He failed to live up to the trust of the previous emperors. Today he will be paraded through the streets and executed. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, a commander shouted loudly. His voice spread quickly, causing many onlookers on both sides of the street to point and shake their heads. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan was unkempt like a beggar. He didn't care about the commander's words at all. After today, everything will be settled, Duan Wenba said. Lung Feng nodded. Zhu Wudao wore a crown and smiled faintly. The four of them talked calmly. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. The wheels of the cage ran over the ground, leaving wet marks. Suddenly, the wind and snow became heavier. Heavy snow rolled in all directions. Many people couldn't help but cover their eyes. This weather is really strange, someone muttered. The swirling wind and snow dispersed. At this moment, the soldiers at the front suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? The commander shouted. The crowd looked forward. At the end of the street, a young man in a long robe was standing there. His slender figure stood straight, like an immortal heavenly monument. Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen's eyes suddenly became as cold as a sharp sword. His killing intent was overflowing. Duan Wenba and Lung Feng's expressions changed. Lin Tian, who fell off the cliff, was still alive. Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, then calmed down. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan raised his head and was shocked. He revealed a surprised expression. Little brother, you're still alive. After a pause, Ji Yuanshan seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. What are you doing here? Leave now. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He didn't move at all. Old general, if time went back a few decades, would you still fight for Beiyan? Looking at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tian asked. Ji Yuanshan was silent for a moment, then said, Yes. Lin Tian was still calm. Why? For the people, Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian glanced at the onlookers on both sides of the street and sneered. For the people. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the onlookers trembled. They clearly felt a strong sense of mockery. Staring at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tiandao said, As a junior, I don't want to deny your thoughts. But I still want to say that this kind of thinking is very stupid. You bled at the border. Your son died for the empire. You assisted several generations of emperors. You protected Baiyan's peace for decades. You swept away the chaos at the border. But so what? Who would remember you? The royal family framed you and wanted to get rid of you because of your merits, the commoners that you have always protected. Even if they knew that you were wrongly accused, no one would stand up for you. Your beliefs are worthless. His calm words moved most of the onlookers. On both sides of the street, some of the onlookers looked ashamed. Many of them lowered their heads. Among these people, there were indeed many who knew the royal family's thoughts. They knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. But in the face of the huge royal family, who would dare to stand up for Ji Yuanshan, that would be defying the royal power. 9 generations of the family would be exterminated. Presumptuous! Take him down! A commander shouted. Suddenly, the dozens of soldiers at the front all rushed toward Lin Tian. Little brother, leave quickly, Ji Yuanshan said anxiously. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. If it were me, I wouldn't contribute to this country, because I'm not worthy. Clang! The clanging of swords sounded, and the dazzling lightning sword qi swept in all directions. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. In an instant, the dozens of soldiers who rushed forward were all killed and fell into a pool of blood. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone. On both sides of the street, all the onlookers were shocked, and all of them were in chaos. Traitor! Go, capture him! The commander was furious. There were hundreds of soldiers on the street. In terms of combat strength, they were naturally not weak. Suddenly, more soldiers rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi walked toward the cage step by step, as if he didn't see the dense crowd of soldiers rushing toward him. He stared straight at Ji Yuanshan. Now you are paraded through the street and are about to be executed. And your only granddaughter, Jiyu, is under house arrest in the royal palace. Tell me, what's the point of fighting on the battlefield for so many years? The violent killing intent swept across the sky, and the destructive sword qi clanged. Puff! Puff, puff. Blood fell like rain. The soldiers fell one by one, and their lives were mercilessly reaped. This was a terrifying scene. A slender silhouette, holding a long sword, was moving forward with hundreds of soldiers. No one could get within 10 feet of the silhouette. Anyone who tried to get close to him was torn into pieces by the violent sword intent. Even some of the early-stage divine range experts were no exception. Ji Yuanshan's face became a little ugly, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. The commander who escorted Ji Yuanshan was furious and rushed forward personally. Die. The commander's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th sky of divine range, and his combat strength was very strong. He suddenly pressed down with the Xianhua axe in his hand. Lin Tian turned a blind eye to it. He waved his hand, and a ray of azure thunder, sword chi swept over. Puff! The commander's throat was directly penetrated. Blood fell like rain, and he died on the spot. On both sides of the street, many onlookers looked pale. This, he wants to rob the prisoner carriage. He dares to openly go against the royal family. The new king is still here. Everyone's face changed color. The royal family of Beiyan looked down on the entire empire. Now, there was someone who dared to kill the soldiers of the empire in front of the king of Beiyan. This crime was too serious. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Renwen's face was cold. He jumped up and came to Lin Tian. You actually survived after falling off the cliff. You're lucky. Just right, I'll kill you myself today. Jiang Renwen said coldly. He unsheathed his bejeweled sword, and a terrifying sword aura condensed, crushing all the surrounding snowflakes. Trash! Lin Tianji only had 2 words. He held the heart-spirit sword in his hand, and the lightning sword radiance vibrated. He slashed out, and with a bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying several feet away. Chapter 187. Yes. Xi Anjingye didn't ask Lin Tian why he wanted the treasure. After all, Lin Tian was a martial arts cultivator. It was normal for him to look for stronger weapons. Just in time, a sword just arrived at Treasure Loft. Xian, Jinya said. How much is it? Lin Tian asked. Xian Jinya thought for a moment and said, You have a silver token. Sell it at the original price. 15 million spirit coins. Lin Tian nodded and took out a purple card. The Lin family's property was in Fengjian City. He had been in Fengjian City for a long time. Not long ago, the Qin family had completely collected the Xiao family's property. Together with the money earned from the Lin family's property, there were more than 20 million spirit coins. Xian Jinya was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so rich. Wait a moment, Xian Jinya said, and walked to the back room. Soon, Xian Jinya came up with a sword case and handed it to Lin Tian. Low-grade treasure. It's called the Soul Sword, Xian Jinya said. Lin Tian opened the case. There was a 4-foot-long sword in the case. It was cold and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lin Tian was somewhat satisfied. Holding the sword hilt, he shook it slightly and put it into the stone ring. Low-grade treasure could increase the combat power of its owner by 80%. Thank you, he said to Xian Jinya. As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. Wait, Xian Jinya called Lin Tian. He hesitated for a moment and said, The general's mansion. Lin Tian had come to Treasure Loft with Ji Yu. They seemed to be very close. Xian Jinya knew that Lin Tian and the general's mansion might have some relationship. At least, he and Ji Yu were good friends. Now that the general's mansion was in trouble, Xian Jinya wanted to know Lin Tian's reaction. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and Xian Jinya felt that the air had suddenly become colder. You! The coldness made Xian Jinya's expression change. It was a horrible killing intent. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xian Jinya. Do you think Ji Yuanshan will usurp the throne? Xian Jingye shook his head in silence. Old General Ji has fought on the battlefield for dozens of years. He has assisted several generations of kings of Beiyin. His prestige is too great, now that the new king has ascended to the throne. He doesn't want anyone who can threaten his throne. So, Xian Jingye sighed. This is what they mean by the saying, one's achievements can shake the ruler. In history, there are many people like this. My achievements shake the emperor? Lin Tianling smiled. All of a sudden, Xian Jingye felt an even colder aura. His heart couldn't help but shrink. Taking a deep breath, Xian Jingye said, "Tomorrow the new king will personally parade General Ji through the streets and then behead him." At this point, Xian Jingye felt a little helpless. In fact, many people in the Northern Flame Country were critical of the royal family's actions. After all, Ji Yuanshan had contributed a lot to the Northern Flame Country, and several of his sons had died on the battlefield. In the past few decades, it could be said that Ji Yuanshan had protected the peace of Beiyin. However, the new king, Zhu Wudao, didn't care because he had evidence of Ji Yuanshan's rebellion. "I know. That's why I'm here, to get the sword," Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Xian Jingye's expression changed. You want to? Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked out. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Xian Jingye felt something hit his chest. The young man's back at this moment was so majestic. A day passed quickly. It was late winter. The sky was filled with heavy snow. The majestic ancient buildings in the imperial city were covered in white snow. The whole world was shrouded in pure white. The air was cold. However, on this day, the streets of the imperial city were filled with people. In the distance, a group of soldiers walked over. There were at least a few hundred of them. In the middle of the group, there was a Vajra cage. In the cage, there was an old man. His long hair was loose, and he looked haggard. Ji Yuanshan, that old general. I never thought that old General Ji would have the intention to rebel. Sigh, the human heart. Many people murmured. Clang, 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 clang. It was the sound of hundreds of soldiers' armor. At the same time, the sound of the soldiers' footsteps shook the streets of the imperial city. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, 4 figures stood out. Zhu Wudao, Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Lung Feng. The former general, Ji Yuanshan, secretly colluded with the enemy and attempted to usurp the throne. He failed to live up to the trust of the previous emperors. Today he will be paraded through the streets and executed. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, a commander shouted loudly. His voice spread quickly, causing many onlookers on both sides of the street to point and shake their heads. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan was unkempt like a beggar. He didn't care about the commander's words at all. After today, everything will be settled, Duan Wenba said. Lung Feng nodded. Zhu Wudao wore a crown and smiled faintly. The 4 of them talked calmly. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the air. The wheels of the cage ran over the ground, leaving wet marks. Suddenly, the wind and snow became heavier. Heavy snow rolled in all directions, causing many people to cover their eyes. This weather is really strange, someone muttered. The swirling wind and snow dispersed. At this moment, the soldier at the front suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? The commander shouted. The crowd looked forward. At the end of the street, a young man in a long robe stood there. His slender figure stood straight, like an immortal heavenly monument. Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen's eyes suddenly became as cold as a sharp sword, filled with murderous intent. Duan Wenba and Lung Feng's expressions changed. Lin Tian, who fell off the cliff, was still alive. Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, then calmed down. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan raised his head and was shocked. He revealed a surprised expression. Little brother, you're still alive. After a pause, Ji Yuanshan seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. "What are you doing here? Leave quickly." Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't move at all. "Old general, if time went back a few decades, would you still fight for Beiyan on the battlefield?" Looking at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tian asked. Ji Yuanshan was silent for a moment, then said yes. Lin Tian was still calm. "Why?" "For the people," Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian glanced at the onlookers on both sides of the street, revealing a cold smile. "For the people." Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the onlookers trembled, clearly feeling a strong sense of mockery. Staring at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tiandao said, "As a junior, I don't want to deny your thoughts, but I still want to say that this kind of thinking is very stupid. You bled at the border. Your son died for the empire. You assisted several generations of emperors. You protected Baiyan's peace for decades and swept away the chaos at the border. But so what? Who would remember you? The royal family framed you and wanted to get rid of you because of your merits, the commoners that you have always protected. Even if they knew that you were wrongly accused, no one would stand up for you. Your beliefs are worthless." His calm words immediately moved most of the onlookers. On both sides of the street, some onlookers looked ashamed and many people lowered their heads. Among these people, there were indeed many who knew the royal family's thoughts and knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. But in the face of the huge royal family, who would dare to stand up for Ji Yuanshan, that would be disobeying the royal power, and 9 generations of the family would be exterminated. "Presumptuous! Take him down!" a commander shouted. Suddenly, the dozens of soldiers at the front all rushed toward Lin Tian. "Little brother, leave quickly," Ji Yuanshan said anxiously. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. "If it were me, I wouldn't contribute to this country, because I'm not worthy." Clang! The clanging of swords sounded, and the dazzling lightning sword chi swept in all directions. Puff! 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 Blood splattered, and in an instant the dozens of soldiers who rushed forward were all killed, falling into a pool of blood. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone. On both sides of the street, all the onlookers were shocked, and all of them were in chaos. "Traitor! Go, capture him!" The commander was furious. There were hundreds of soldiers on the street, and in terms of combat strength, they were naturally not weak. Suddenly, more soldiers rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi walked toward the cage step by step, as if he didn't see the dense crowd of soldiers rushing toward him. He stared straight at Ji Yuanshan. "Now, you're being paraded through the street, and you're going to be executed on the street. And your only granddaughter, Jiyu, is under house arrest in the palace. Tell me, what's the point of fighting on the battlefield for so many years?" The violent killing intent swept across the sky, and the destructive sword chi clanged. Puff! 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 Blood fell like rain, and the soldiers fell one by one, and their lives were mercilessly reaped. This was a terrifying scene. A slender silhouette, holding a long sword, was moving forward with hundreds of soldiers. No one could get within 10 feet of the silhouette. Anyone who tried to get close to him was torn into pieces by the violent sword intent. Even some of the early-stage divine range experts were no exception. Ji Yuanshan's face became a little ugly, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. The commander who escorted Ji Yuanshan was furious and rushed forward personally. Die. The commander's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th sky of divine range, and his combat strength was very strong. He suddenly pressed down with the Xianhua axe in his hand. Lin Tian turned a blind eye and waved his hand. An array of azure thunder, sword chi, swept over. Puff! The commander's throat was directly penetrated, and blood fell like rain. He died on the spot. On both sides of the street, many onlookers looked pale. This, he wants to rob the prisoner carriage. He dares to openly go against the royal family. The new king is still here. Everyone's face changed color. The royal family of the Northern Flame country looked down on the entire empire. Now, there was someone who dared to kill the soldiers of the empire in front of the king of the Northern Flame country. This crime was too serious. "Let me," a cold voice sounded. Jiang Renwen's face was cold, and he jumped up and came to Lin Tian. "You actually survived after falling off the cliff. You're lucky. Just right, I'll kill you myself today," Jiang Renwen said coldly. He unsheathed his bejeweled sword, and a terrifying sword aura condensed, crushing all the surrounding snowflakes. Trash! Lin Tianji only had 2 words. Chapter 188. Jiang Renwen was sent flying and fell to the ground with a bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? That Jiang Renwen, many people were shocked. There was practically no one in the imperial city who didn't know Jiang Renwen's name. He was known as the #1 person in his generation. However, at this moment, such a powerful Jiang Renwen couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Tian. "You!" Jiang Renwen stood up with a pale face. Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword, creating a terrifying hurricane. With a bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying again. Looking up, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Zhu Wudao. Ji was imprisoned in the imperial palace. Now, his killing intent towards Zhu Wudao was far greater than his killing intent towards Jiang Renwen. "Suppress him. Go." On the streets of the imperial city, hundreds of soldiers moved together and all rushed towards Lin Tian. Clang! The inner spirit sword was entwined with lightning. Dense sword qi swept in all directions, wantonly reaping lives. Screams echoed immediately. Blood splattered as the soldiers fell one by one. Lin Tian was expressionless. He waved the long sword in his hand. A clanging sword light flashed and instantly turned into a sword rain, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, dozens of lives were taken. "Little brother, stop!" Ji Yuanshan shouted. Lin Tian was expressionless. He just walked forward step by step. Violent sword qi spread out from his body. Anyone who came close was killed by this sword qi without exception. Clang! A terrifying sword sound rang out. Jiang Renwen held up his treasured sword and slashed towards the side. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent intertwined, causing the air to become cold. Jiang family's Frost Soul sword technique. Die. At this moment, Jiang Renwen used a killer move of the Frost Soul sword technique, causing many soldiers to retreat. Then, a huge rainbow light rushed past and directly pressed towards Lin Tian. "Little brother, get out of the way," Ji Yuanshan shouted. As a general, Ji Yuanshan's strength was extraordinary. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the Jiang family's sword technique was. Lin Tian did not show any emotion in the face of the oncoming sword force. He raised his right hand and slashed down with his sword. With a ripping sound, Jiang Renwen's terrifying sword light was directly slashed apart, dissipating like a spark. Impossible! Jiang Renwen's face changed. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Such a powerful sword energy was actually shattered with a single strike. In the distance, Lung Feng and the other 2 were visibly moved. "What's going on? How did he?" Lung Feng was shocked. Lung Feng had also reached the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range, and his battle prowess had greatly increased. However, at this moment, he was still shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. He was actually able to suppress Jiang Renwen. Duan Wenba also stared ahead, his eyes filled with shock. "Kill!" At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Renwen's face looked a little ferocious. He performed the Jiang family's Frost Soul sword technique to the extreme. With one strike, he slashed out dozens of dazzling sword qi, encircling Lin Tian. At the same time, he also moved closer. Instantly, the surrounding sword qi roared and gradually condensed into a substantial sword, tearing all the snowflakes apart. This sword qi is even stronger than before. Many people were shocked. The crowd felt the aura emitted by Jiang Renwen at this moment, and their hearts trembled. It was too terrifying. Lin Tian stared at Jiang Renwen, his expression unchanged. Trash. It was still the same two simple words. He raised the sword in his hand, and the lightning crackled. Then, he directly slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, all the sword qi around Jiang Renwen's body dissipated, and with a bang he was sent flying again. Cough! While still in the air, Jiang Renwen coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at this scene, the crowd was stunned. The powerful Jiang Renwen was actually so weak at this moment. This time the onlookers were completely stunned, and the group of soldiers were also stunned on the spot. After sweeping Jiang Renwen away, Lin Tian didn't care at all. He walked step by step toward Ji Yuanshan's cage. How dare you! A soldier shouted angrily. Unfortunately, what greeted this person was only a sword. After sword, this divine pulse realm soldier directly fell into a pool of blood. In an instant, many soldiers surrounded him again. Although these soldiers were terrified, they didn't dare to not attack. Whoever stops me will die. A cold voice sounded. The lightning sword hummed, and sword qi swept in all directions. Then there was only blood sputtering. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian killed more than 200 soldiers and came to Ji Yuanshan's side. Little brother, you! Ji Yuanshan was worried and touched at the same time. With a clang, Lin Tian waved his hand, and the azure lightning sword qi vibrated, and the cage that trapped Ji Yuanshan was cut into pieces. He really broke out of the cage. This is ruthless. On both sides of the street, many onlookers were shocked. Although they knew from the beginning that Lin Tian came to break out of the cage, when they saw Lin Tian cut open the cage, they were still incomparably shocked. In the next moment, something shocking happened again. After cutting open the cage, everyone thought that Lin Tian would retreat with Ji Yuanshan, but they didn't expect that Lin Tian would directly go around the cage and press forward. What is he going to do? That seems to be the new king's position. He can't be going to. Everyone's eyes widened. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword crackled with lightning, and the sword intent was terrifying. Ji Yuanshan's expression also changed, staring at Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian was actually pressing toward the new king, Zhu Wudao. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was 50 feet away from Zhu Wudao and the others. Raising his head, he stared at Zhu Wudao, his eyes frighteningly cold. Return Ji Yu to me. Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head to look at Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng. Your Highness, don't worry, Duan Wenbo said. As he spoke, Duan Wenbo and Lung Feng leaped off their horses at the same time, one holding a spear and the other a sword. Traitor, I'll kill the two of you right here, Lung Feng said. An upper-grade treasure appeared in Lung Feng's hand, and he activated the soul-chasing puppet. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, Duan Wenbo slashed out an upper-grade treasure spear, and with the force of 10,000 pounds, he swung it at Lin Tian. Boom! When the two of them worked together, their combat strength could be said to be astonishing, and they were even stronger than Jiang Renwen. Lin Tian's face finally showed a trace of ruthlessness. On the inner spirit sword, the light of lightning exploded in an instant, as if real lightning had fallen, piercing the ears of many people. Clang! With a swing of the sword, 10,000 swords roared. Blood splattered, and the treasure sword in Lung Feng's hand was cut in half. At the same time, the cold edge of the sword slashed across his body, and before he could react, he was cut in half. With a bang, Lung Feng's broken body fell to the ground. His lips moved, and the light in his eyes dissipated. One strike, and he was cut in half. Lung Feng! Zhu Wudao's expression changed. At this time, Duan Wenba's spear came down from the sky and smashed hard on Lin Tian's shoulder. Die. Duan Wenba sneered. Duan Wenba was surprised by Lung Feng's tragic death, but he was not heartbroken. What did the death of the Lung family have to do with him? This strike landed firmly on Lin Tian's body, and even an expert at the ninth heaven of the divine range would not be able to withstand it. Little brother. Ji Yuanshan's expression changed, and he rushed over. But in the next moment, Ji Yuanshan stopped abruptly because in front of him, Lin Tian raised his left hand and directly grabbed the spear that Duan Wenba pressed on his shoulder. You! Duan Wenba's expression changed. After receiving such a heavy blow, Lin Tian could still move? How was this possible? Holding Duan Wenba's spear, Lin Tian did not look at Duan Wenba, but stared coldly at Zhu Wu. Give me back my Jiyu. With a clang, a sword slashed across Duan Wenba's chest with an ear-piercing sound. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Duan Wenba let go of the spear and staggered back, covering his chest with both hands. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers and kept flowing down. Staring at Lin Tian, he could not stop gasping for breath, and his body trembled. Then he fell to the ground with a bang, and after twitching a few times, he stopped moving, and the light of life in his eyes dissipated. Lin Tian's sword directly pierced through his heart. Even if he was an expert at the Sea of Knowledge realm, there was no way he could survive. Wenba! Finally, Zhu Wudao's expression changed. Lung Feng and Duan Wenba were the future successors of the Lung family and the Duan family. After he succeeded the throne, he would need their support, but now, both of them had been killed by Lin Tian here. The crowd was also stunned, and they were all dumbstruck. Those two were killed in an instant. Someone muttered. Lung Feng was ranked 7th on the Imperial City's honor roll list, and Duan Wenba was ranked 3rd. Moreover, both of them were the future successors of the Lung family and the Duan family respectively. But today they were killed so easily. Staring at Lin Tian's figure, everyone could not help but gulp. Too powerful, too ruthless. Ji Yuanshan stared at Lin Tian's back, and he was also stunned on the spot. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword shone brightly as he approached Zhu Wudao step by step. Give her back to me. His expression became somewhat ferocious. The long sword in his hand trembled, and an unprecedentedly terrifying sword chi swept out, fiercely rushing toward Zhu Wudao. The violent killing intent was frightening, and many onlookers on both sides were shocked to the point of spitting out blood. How dare you! A cold shout was heard. A figure rushed out from behind Zhu Wudao, and with a palm, he shattered Lin Tian's sword chi. It was an old man in a green robe, and his beard was white. He stood in front of Zhu Wudao and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Spiritual ocean realm cultivator. Lin Tian looked up, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the light of lightning intertwined. Then the power of fire emerged, and the two merged together, as if a thunder fire dragon was roaring. The horrifying sword aura shocked all the onlookers, and they broke out in cold sweat. Get lost! Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed forward. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the thunder fire sword swept across the sky, and instantly arrived in front of the spiritual ocean realm old man. Chapter 189. On the streets of the Imperial City, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. Read. A Sea of Consciousness realm expert was sent flying by a single slash. Oh my God! Someone muttered to himself, completely dumbfounded. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner soul sword was intertwined with the power of lightning and fire. His eyes were extremely cold. Facing Zhu Wudao, he approached step by step. The murderous intent on his body was extremely terrifying, causing the air to turn colder. This is he trying to kill the emperor? Someone said in a trembling voice. Zhu Wudao's expression finally turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful in just a month. He could even fight against a Sea of Consciousness realm expert for a short period of time. Little brother, stop. This is the Emperor of Beiyan. You must not attack him. Ji Yuanshan ran over and pulled Lin Tian back. Get out of the way. Lin Tianyi flicked his sleeve and pushed Ji Yuanshan back. The inner soul sword in his hand vibrated even more violently. Lightning and fire intertwined, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. Lin Tian, stop! A familiar voice rang out. Two figures rushed over. They were the elders of Beiyan Imperial Courtyard, Han He and Lu Lan. Lu Lan said in a low voice, stop it now. This is the current emperor of Beiyan. What are you doing? The current emperor? So what? Lin Tian's voice was cold. He did not care about Han He and Lu Lan's arrival at all. He was still closing in on Zhu Wudao with a murderous look on his face. Han He's and Lu Lan's expressions turned ugly. Their faces darkened. Staring at Lin Tian, Han, he said in a low voice, don't forget that you are a student of Beiyan Imperial Courtyard and an elder of Beiyan Imperial Courtyard. Now I order you to stop. As for your crime, we will ask for His Majesty's forgiveness. Lin Tian stopped and raised his head to look at Han, He and Lu Lan. He stretched out his left hand, and the Imperial Courtyard token appeared in his hand. Crack! He clenched his left hand slightly, and with a crisp sound, the Imperial Courtyard token shattered on the spot. Not anymore, Li Yundong said. He said coldly, you. Han He and Lu Lan were both furious and helpless at the same time. In the surroundings, many onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. He is a disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. He actually managed to shatter the Imperial Courtyard's identity plate. How could this be? Many people were shocked. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was the most prestigious martial palace in the entire Northern Flame country. Countless monstrous geniuses fought tooth and nail to enter. But every year, only 200 or so people from the entire Northern Flame country could enter the Imperial Courtyard. It could be said that entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was a kind of honor, a symbol. But now, someone had shattered their badge and was planning to leave the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao and stepped forward. His eyes were frighteningly cold. Halt! Lin Tian, stop. What's the point? Han, He, and Lu Lan stood in front of him. The two of them had a good impression of Lin Tian and had high hopes for Lin Tian. However, now that Lin Tian was going to kill the Emperor of Beiyan, they couldn't just stand by and watch. He has done something he shouldn't have, Lin Tian said in a cold voice. A cold snort was heard. The spiritual sea realm expert, who was swept away by Lin Tian, walked back and stared coldly at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just now, he was swept away by this divine pulse cultivator. Seniors, please suppress him, Zhu Wudao said. The elder who rushed back nodded. A vast true inner force rushed out and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. His heart, spiritual sword vibrated, and the thunder fire sword chi bloomed. Boom! A violent aura rushed out from his body and swept across the land. The onlookers' faces changed. The elder's face changed. He was moved again. Not bad. Lin Tian was only at the 8th heaven of the divine pulse realm, but he was able to release such a terrifying sword aura. It was almost as powerful as a spiritual sea realm expert. The elder couldn't help but be shocked. However, such an aura wasn't enough to make a real spiritual sea realm expert afraid. The elder's feet trembled and rushed toward Lin Tian in an instant. The elder raised his right hand and pressed a palm toward Lin Tian. Arm palm. Han, he said in a deep voice. Arm palm was a spiritual sea realm martial technique. It was said that one palm could crush everything. Lin Tian held the heart spiritual sword and didn't dodge. He met the attack directly. Clang! With an ear-piercing whistle, he swung his sword at the old man, colliding with the old man's palm. Instantly, violent true inner force swept out in all directions, shaking many of the onlookers and forcing them to retreat. "Traitor, submit to the law," the elders shouted. "Get lost." Lin Tian's voice was cold. The heart spiritual sword in his hand became more terrifying, and the thunder fire sword Qi was more frightening. With a clang, the two separated and collided again. Streams of true inner force collided with each other. Tornadoes swept up in all directions. Such a terrifying aura made many onlookers back again, fearing that they would be hurt by the fluctuations. He can actually block a spiritual sea realm expert. Someone was shocked. In the arena, every sword strike of Lin Tian's carried the power of thunder and fire, as if there was a thunder and fire dragon roaring. That kind of berserk sword aura was shocking to hear, completely blocking the sea of knowledge old man's palm, not falling behind in the slightest. Han He and Lu Lan stared at the center of the field and couldn't help but clench their fists. Such a young man, only 16 years old, had already reached the 8th heaven of the divine pulse. Moreover, with such a cultivation, his combat strength was already so strong that he could barely contend with an expert of the Sea of Consciousness realm. What kind of monster was this? What kind of genius was this? In the history of Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, when did it have such an outstanding disciple? Seniors, please join forces. Zhu Wudao said. Han, his face was gloomy. The old general has served the country all his life. This young man is a rare, peerless genius in Northern Flame Country. His future is limitless. Your Highness, why do you have to do this? Zhu Wudao's face was cold. Don't forget, the two of you can be where you are today because of the late Emperor's grace. Han, he and Lu Lan were shocked. Indeed, if the previous Emperor of Northern Flame Country did not give them some treasures and martial techniques, it would be difficult for them to reach the spiritual sea realm. Forget it. Lu Lan sighed and stepped forward. Han, he shook his head and followed Lu Lan to press down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Lu Lan said. Lu Lan waved his palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. I'm sorry. Han, he said. As he said that, Han, he also struck out his palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. Their strongest moves were the saber and the sword, respectively. However, how could they use their saber and sword against Lin Tian? In fact, they admired Lin Tian from the bottom of their hearts. How could an ordinary person do this? Lin Tian was expressionless. He was not affected by Han, he, and Lu Lan's pressure at all. Whoever stops me is an enemy, he said indifferently. With a clang, the thunder flame sword trembled and slashed out a sky full of sword energy. Insolence! The spiritual sea realm old man in white shouted. He waved his full arm palm. Instantly, the sky was full of palm prints. Lin Tian held the heart spirit sword. With one strike, 10,000 swords were born. The sword wind swept in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sky full of palm prints were all shattered. Lin Tian shook the heart spirit sword and slashed out 3 thunder flame sword rays. The inner spirit sword was a lower grade ultimate treasure, which increased his battle strength by about 80%. Coupled with his original cultivation of the 8th heaven of the divine range, it could be said that his current battle strength was completely comparable to an expert in the early stage of the Sea of Consciousness realm. He's just in the divine pulse realm. How can he be so strong? Is he a freak? Many people were shocked. Jiang Ranwen had retreated far away. At this moment, he stared at the scene with an extremely ugly expression. Damn it! In the Imperial City, there was someone in the same generation who had surpassed him. The sound of swords resounded through the 9 heavens. The fist shadows and palm lights were also intertwined. The 4 people fought together and destroyed the entire street of the Imperial City. Break! The white-haired old man shouted and pressed a palm print on Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian coughed up blood, but at the same time he also slashed out a sword, leaving a bloody mark on the white-haired old man's chest. The white-haired old man was angry, and his attacks became more violent. Han, he and Lulan also attacked together. The three spiritual sea realm experts joined forces. No matter how strong Lin Tian was, he was still at a disadvantage. After a while, he was hit by the white-haired old man's palm and staggered back several feet. "Little brother, stop!" Ji Yuanshan came forward. Lin Tian's tyrannical strength shocked Ji Yuanshan. Now that he saw Lin Tian injured, Ji Yuanshan was incomparably worried. With 3 Sea of Soul Realm experts attacking together, it was impossible for Lin Tian to block them. "You go," Ji Yuanshan said to Lin Tiandao. Ji Yuanshan believed that if Lin Tian wanted to leave, no one here could stop him. "Go? Where should I go?" Lin Tian pushed Ji Yuanshan away and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at Zhu Wudao. "I swear I will kill you. If I don't kill you, how can I face her?" Facing Lin Tian's eyes, Zhu Wudao frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. 3 seniors, suppress him. Elder Han, Elder Lu, don't show mercy to a traitor. Zhu Wudao said coldly. Sitting on the war horse, Zhu Wudao's expression was indifferent. The white-haired old man nodded, and the aura on his body suddenly rose. Han, he and Lu Lan sighed and stared at Lin Tian, shaking their heads. "After today, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Han, he said. The two looked at Lin Tian, and the aura on their bodies began to vibrate. A blade and a sword appeared at the same time. Suddenly, 3 Sea of Consciousness Realm True Essence exploded, shaking all directions. At this moment, the 3 of them unleashed a special power, Divine Sense Power. Once this power was unleashed, it made the 3 of them seem much taller. Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the 3 of them. He was blown by this aura until the black hair on his forehead fluttered. However, his expression did not change from beginning to end. It was still cold. Boom! He raised the inner spirit sword and pointed it straight at the sword. The power of thunder and fire spread all over his body. His aura also began to rise sharply. In an instant, 4 powerful auras collided, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This kind of aura was too terrifying. 3 Sea of Consciousness Realm Old Fellows fighting a Divine Pulse Realm Young Man. Really cough, shameless. A voice sounded from the side. The 4 auras were obviously very strong, but this voice clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Not far away, a middle-aged man staggered over. The man held a wine gourd in his hand. His hair was as messy as Ji Yuanshan's at this moment, like a beggar. Chapter 190. Lin Tian tilted his head and frowned. He seemed to have seen this middle-aged man somewhere before. Full text to read, he frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in his eyes. "It's you," he said in a low voice. Back then, on the streets of the Imperial City, Lung Feng led the Lung family's experts to assassinate him. At that time, he saved a middle-aged drunkard from a rain of arrows. It was this man. The middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian and laughed. "Little brother, do you have any wine?" "No, and I don't like it," Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at Han, he, and the other 2. "Don't." The middle-aged drunkard leaned forward and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. "You treat me to wine, and I help you fight. How about it? Fair, right?" "No need." Lin Tiandao, the middle-aged drunkard, was stunned. He took a big gulp of wine and gave a thumbs up. "You have character. I like it." As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard retreated and sat down on the side of the street. Drinking wine and watching a show is a joy in life, the middle-aged drunkard said drunkenly. Many onlookers stared at the middle-aged drunkard and shook their heads. This guy drank so much that he lost his eyesight. He actually dares to stick to the battlefield at this time. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. That's why it's better to drink in moderation. If you drink too much, you might not even know how you died. Someone muttered. Han He and the other two glanced at the middle-aged drunkard, then looked back at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, stop. It's not too late to stop now. We'll plead for you. Han He said. Lu Lan also stared at Lin Tian. Neither of them wanted Lin Tian to die here. Lin Tian was expressionless. The inner spirit sword was surrounded by the light of thunder and fire. He pointed it straight ahead. If I don't kill him, I'm not a man, he said coldly. Zhu Wudao felt Lin Tian's murderous intent, and his face darkened. The white-haired old man grunted coldly and said, Han He, why waste your breath on this bastard? Take him down. With that, the white-haired old man rushed over. Buzz! The full arm palm struck out, and immediately a dense number of palm prints appeared in the air, overlapping one another. Lin Tian raised his hand. The inner spirit sword trembled, and boundless sword light swept out. The two of them clashed again, palm and sword colliding continuously. It had to be said that a sea of consciousness realm expert was extraordinary. The white-haired old man used his full arm palm to repeatedly collide with the inner spirit sword. Unexpectedly, his palm was not damaged in the slightest, as if it was forged from diamond. It was frightening. Lin Tian drew his sword with a backhand grip and spun it out in a slash. With a clang, a spiral fire sword rain formed. Lin Tian leaned to the side and slashed at the white-haired old man. This attack caused the expressions of many people to change. This is a blind spot. What a crafty attack. Many martial artists were shocked. This sword seemed simple, but it was difficult to dodge. Many people believed that if they were in his shoes, they would definitely be stabbed. In the distance, Han He and Lu Lan looked at this sword and were somewhat stunned. The white-haired old man was slightly surprised, as if he was also shocked by this sword. However, in the next moment, the old man snorted coldly. His body twisted and made a very strange movement, barely avoiding the sword. Break! The white-haired old man raised his hand and pressed a palm towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated quickly. The inner spirit sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, blocking the white-haired old man's palm. With a clang, he retreated a dozen steps. His arm was slightly numb. Staring at the white-haired old man again, the cold light in his eyes became more intense. The power of thunder and fire on the inner spirit sword became stronger. Petty tricks. You think you can deal with a sea of consciousness, realm expert? The white-haired old man said coldly. The sword move just now was indeed terrifying and difficult to dodge. Anyone under the sea of consciousness realm would probably die. However, a sea of consciousness realm expert was different. A sea of consciousness realm expert had the power of consciousness. This power could capture some attack trajectories, so they could avoid it more effectively. As he spoke, the white-haired old man pressed on towards Lin Tian again. Lin Tian was expressionless. The inner spirit sword was pointed straight ahead. The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. His footsteps stopped, and he shot out. His palms waved repeatedly, striking out a sky full of divine light palm prints. It seemed to shatter the air and seal all directions. Lin Tian stepped forward. The inner spirit sword shook and swept out a sky full of sword energy. Clang! 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 The white-haired old man's full arm palm was very strong. His hands were forged like steel, difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. At this time, the white-haired old man's palm and Lin Tian's inner spirit sword collided, producing a clanging sound. Void palm! Suddenly, the white-haired old man shouted coldly. Looking at this palm, many people were shocked. This palm was very similar to the sword strike Lin Tian had just made. It was also an attack from a blind spot. It was very difficult to avoid. Oh no! Someone shook his head. Lin Tian naturally felt a great threat as he stared at the white-haired old man's palm. However, his expression remained calm from start to finish. At this moment, the divine one-soul incantation began to circulate wildly. His powerful soul power instantly spread out, causing his perception of his surroundings to reach a critical point. When he looked at the white-haired old man's palm again, it became incomparably clear. It was also at this critical juncture that Lin Tian did not dodge. He raised his left hand and swung it out from the side. He actually grabbed the wrist of the white-haired old man's arm that had swung out and firmly held it in place like a pair of pliers. You! The white-haired old man was shocked. His palm was blocked just like that. At this moment, the inner spirit sword in Lin Tian's right hand vibrated, producing an ear-piercing sound as it slashed down from above. Damn it! The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Zhu Wudao shouted, "Elder Han, Elder Lu, what are you waiting for?" Han, He, and Lulan had no choice but to rush forward and slash down with their swords and sabers. Lin Tian's sword was about to land on the white-haired old man's body. But at this moment, Han He and Lulan's saber light and sword light rushed over, forcing his sword to change direction. He changed his slash into a whip to meet Han He and Lulan's saber light and sword light. At the same time, he leaned back and kicked the white-haired old man's abdomen. With a bang, the white-haired old man was sent flying. At the same time, Lin Tian also retreated rapidly, dodging several meters away. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Han He and Lulan. His gaze became even colder. Sorry. Han, he shook his head. Lulan sighed as well. The saber in his hand emitted specks of saber light. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers were all stunned. They were stunned by how Lin Tian had broken the white-haired old man's killing blow. How did he avoid it? He doesn't have divine sense. Could it be his innate spiritual sense? How is that possible? If his innate spiritual sense is comparable to divine sense, then what will happen when he enters the sea of consciousness realm? Many people's hearts palpitated. Not far away, on the side of the road, the middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian with a gleam in his eyes. He really is a little monster. After muttering to himself, the middle-aged drunkard began to gulp down more liquor. The white-haired old man stood up from afar. His face was a little ugly and livid. Bastard! He was a dignified sea of consciousness realm expert, but he was actually sent flying by a divine vein realm cultivator. This was truly a disgrace. 3 elders, please work together to suppress this traitor, Zhu Wudao shouted. The white-haired old man naturally didn't need to say this, because he had already rushed out at the first moment. Han, he and Lulan sighed and also went to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. Whoosh! He rushed towards the 3 like a ray of light. Then he raised his left hand and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a dazzling fist light exploded from his fist. It was extremely powerful and rushed towards the 3 elders. Nirvana fist? Han, he was shocked. The white-haired old man snorted and slapped his palm down. With a swoosh, Lin Tian's Nirvana fist was shattered by the palm. After all, the white-haired old man was a true sea of consciousness realm expert. Although the Nirvana fist was terrifying, it was not enough to threaten a sea of consciousness realm expert. However, in the next moment, the white-haired old man rushed towards Lin Tian. His face changed. Where is he? The white-haired old man was shocked. At the same time, the other onlookers were also shocked. Lin Tian's figure had completely disappeared at this moment. Han He and Lulan stared ahead and suddenly remembered Lin Tian's other movement technique. Their faces changed. The 2 of them used their divine sense at almost the same time. Then they both retreated and rushed towards Zhu Wudao. Clang! Han He attacked and slashed in Zhu Wudao's direction. This action made everyone's face change color. What is he doing? What? Seeing Han He attack the new king, Zhu Wudao, all the onlookers were shocked. Zhu Wudao's face also changed. He shouted, Elder Han, what are you doing? As he spoke, Zhu Wudao was about to dodge. At this moment, the white-haired old man shouted, Your Highness, don't move! That traitor is approaching you. As he spoke, the white-haired old man took a step towards Zhu Wudao. Zhu Wudao suddenly remembered that Lin Tian seemed to be able to hide his body temporarily in demonic Beast Ridge. He suddenly understood. With a clang, Han He's sword chi arrived, brushing past Zhu Wudao's chest and slashing into the air, emitting a crisp clang. Then, almost at the same time, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. The heart-soul sword was in front of his chest, blocking Han He's sword light. Die! The white-haired old man rushed over and pressed down with a palm. The violent palm force shook all directions. This palm, the white-haired old man used all of his strength. Lin Tian attracted the three people's attention with the Nirvana fist. Then he approached Zhu Wudao with the Gale mark. Originally, he wanted to kill Zhu Wudao secretly, but he underestimated a sea of consciousness, realm powerhouses, divine sense power. His tracks were discovered in an instant. At this moment, he blocked Han He's sword chi with the heart-soul sword. He was powerless to counterattack the white-haired old man's powerful palm. Even avoiding it was difficult. Lin Tian. Ji Yuanshan's face changed. Han He's hand, holding the long sword, suddenly tightened. His face showed some struggle, and his eyes were full of regret. The crowd stared at this scene, and their faces all became gloomy. It's over, someone murmured. In all fairness, almost 90% of the people in this place admired Lin Tian. They did not wish for Lin Tian to die here. But this scene now, who could stop it? It was also at this time that loud laughter sounded. Good, good, good. What a little evildoer. In the distance, the middle-aged drunkard stood up. The crowd looked in that direction and suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. The middle-aged drunkard's figure actually disappeared silently. Then, in the next moment, a blood-curdling scream sounded. The white-haired old man who attacked Lin Tian vomited blood and was sent flying. The middle-aged drunkard stood in front of Lin Tian and was drinking hard liquor. Chapter 191. A beautiful blood-red color floated in the air as the white-haired old man was sent flying. Everyone's eyes widened. That drunkard? When did he go there? Heavens, could he be a high-level expert? Many people were shocked. The middle-aged drunkard stood in front of Lin Tian and gulped down a mouthful of wine before wiping his mouth. Awesome. Only then did the white-haired old man land on a small stall dozens of feet away with a bang. He struggled a few times but was unable to get up. In the end, he fainted. Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged drunkard, his heart also shocked. Just now, even he didn't clearly see how this drunkard appeared in front of him. Thank you, Senior. After a pause, Lin Tiandao said. In any case, Lin Tian knew that it was the drunkard who saved him. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have lost a layer of skin. The middle-aged drunkard turned around and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. He was so drunk that he could not even stand properly. He hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said with a breath reeking of alcohol, Little guy, now you know the difference between us. After all, you're only in the divine vein realm. You have no chance of winning if you want to kill someone under the nose of 3 spiritual sea realm cultivators. Lin Tian was silent and glanced at Han, He and Lulan. He held the inner spirit sword in his right hand and could not help but tighten his grip. Indeed, 3 spiritual sea realm cultivators wanted to protect Zhu Wudao. He had no chance to make a move. The middle-aged drunkard chuckled. In the next moment, Lin Tianji felt his vision blur, and the two of them appeared beside Ji Yuanshan. It's not bad to save one person first, right? The middle-aged drunkard said. While saying this, the drunkard did not forget to pour wine into his mouth. At this time, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and stared at the middle-aged drunkard in unison. This seems to be a peerless expert. Someone stared. Han, He, and Lulan were surprised, but at the same time, they felt a little relieved. After all, they did not want anything to happen to Lin Tian. Little brother, are you okay? Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tiandao. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Ji Yuanshan was completely relieved. Only now did he have the time to size up the middle-aged drunkard. His face was also filled with shock. The middle-aged drunkard continued to drink and suddenly sighed. It's almost gone. Shaking his wine gourd, the middle-aged drunkard was a little worried. In the distance, Zhu Wudao looked at the middle-aged drunkard and said in a low voice, Senior, the Northern Flame Country is here to suppress the traitors. Please do not obstruct us. Later, I will order people to bring you endless wine and let you drink to your heart's content. The middle-aged drunkard raised his head to look at Zhu Wudao and curled his lips. Drinking depends on the person. You little brat, the wine you give won't have any taste. The middle-aged drunkard said calmly. Zhu Wudao's face suddenly turned somewhat ugly. The middle-aged drunkard glanced at Jiang Renwen in the distance, but he still had his arm around Lin Tian's neck. He said, Little guy, let's go. I won't help you kill people. You can't kill them yourself now. Well, since we have already saved one, why don't we find a place to talk? After all, you also need to recover your Zhen Yuan, right? The middle-aged drunkard yawned, looking like he was dead drunk. Lin Tian's heart slightly froze. He seriously glanced at the middle-aged drunkard. He fought 3 Sea of Consciousness experts with his 8th sky of divine range cultivation base. The consumption of his Zhen Yuan was naturally very frightening. At this time it was almost empty. To be honest, if he continued to fight now, the result would only get worse and worse. He was just a little surprised that the middle-aged drunkard could see through his current state at a glance. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Wudao, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He held the hilt of the inner spirit sword tightly. A good man will always have a chance, the middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao. His long sword flashed and was kept in the stone ring. I will definitely kill you. Looking at Zhu Wudao, his words were as cold as frost, making everyone's heart tremble. Zhu Wudao's face was very ugly. His face was ashen as he pulled the reins tightly. On the other side, Jiang Renwen's expression was even more unsightly. Now, not only was he no match for Lin Tian, it was even to the extent that Lin Tian had practically completely forgotten about him and didn't care about him at all. This caused his pride to suffer an unprecedented blow. Damn it, beast! Holding the precious sword, Jiang Renwen's face was frighteningly ferocious. Seeing Lin Tian put away the long sword, the middle-aged drunkard laughed. Enjoy the wine and watch the show. Sit and wait for the next show. The middle-aged drunkard laughed. As he spoke, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. The middle-aged drunkard, Lin Tian, and Ji Yuanshan's figures instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. No one saw how the 3 moved. My God, this. Where did this peerless expert come from? It's a little scary. Many people's hearts trembled. Previously, everyone thought that the middle-aged drunkard was just an ordinary drunkard. They never thought that this drunkard was actually such a terrifying existence. That Lin Tian, there's actually such a strong expert behind him? Someone was shocked. At this moment, the streets of the imperial city fell into a deathly silence. Zhu Wudao's expression became incomparably gloomy. He paraded Ji Yuanshan through the streets with the identity of the new king, wanting to execute him in public. But he did not expect that Lin Tian, who was supposed to be dead, actually jumped out at this time and ruined everything. Lung Feng was dead, Duan Wenba was dead, and Ji Yuanshan was also taken away. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. Elder Han, Elder Lu, the two of you command the Imperial Courtyard experts to move out and find the whereabouts of that traitor. Once you find him, immediately inform me and invite a few knowledge sea experts. We must kill him. Zhu Wudao said in a deep voice. Han, he and Lu Lan stared at Zhu Wudao, their faces slightly gloomy. Your Highness, why do you have to do this? Lu Lan said. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. Elder Lu, don't forget. Enough. Lu Lan interrupted Zhu Wudao and said, The late Emperor was indeed kind to the two of us, but just now the two of us also saved your Highness's life, which is considered a little too low. After this, we will not act against Lin Tian and will only stay in the Imperial Courtyard. Of course, if your Highness wants to expel us from the Imperial Courtyard, feel free to do so. Lu Lan and Han, he looked at each other and turned to leave at the same time. Just now, the two of them had already felt guilty for acting against Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian did not do anything wrong. He was completely righteous. The two of them weren't senile, nor were they evil people. Even if they couldn't be biased towards such a young man who valued friendship and righteousness, they would absolutely not obstruct him or even cut off his future path. That would make them feel guilty for the rest of their lives. This, watching Han, he and Lu Lan leave, many of the onlookers were shocked. Many people stared at Zhu Wudao and secretly shook their heads. Although no one dared to say anything, right and wrong were in the hearts of the people. Damn it! Zhu Wudao's expression became incomparably gloomy and frighteningly cold. Far away, on a street, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man walked side by side. Is there a quieter place? The middle-aged drunkard asked. At this moment, the middle-aged drunkard still had his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan sighed. Let's go there. Not long after, the three of them arrived in front of a huge mansion. It was the general's residence. There was a wooden fence outside the general's residence. Perhaps because Ji Yuanshan was parading through the streets today, there were no soldiers guarding this place. Thus, the three of them easily walked in. Whoosh! Snow drifted in the wind. As they walked into the courtyard, the faint smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The middle-aged drunkard looked ahead. Oh, how tragic! Corpses were strewn all over the courtyard. There were young men, young maidservants, old women, and even a few little girls. Ji Yuanshan's body was trembling. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. His entire body was trembling. Old General, my condolences, Lin Tian said. Ji Yuanshan's eyes were filled with tears, but he held them back. There's an empty room inside. Little brother, take this man there. I'll be right outside. Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian naturally understood Ji Yuanshan's feelings. After a slight pause, he nodded. Soon, he brought the middle-aged drunkard to a guest room. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the four extreme scripture to recover his true yuan. Why are you cultivating as soon as you come in? Didn't we agree to have a chat? The middle-aged drunkard was dissatisfied. I still have something to do. Lin Tian Ondao. The middle-aged drunkard chuckled and sat down. I heard everything just now. You said something about returning her to me. What's wrong, little guy? Was your little lover taken away by someone else? Are you in a hurry? Lin Tian's body trembled. Suddenly a chill spread out. In an instant, a wooden table in the room was shattered into pieces by the formless sword Qi. The middle-aged drunkard looked frightened and said, I was just saying, don't emit such a fierce sword Qi. Lin Tian didn't say anything. How could this person be frightened? Don't you want to know who I am? The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian circulated the four extreme scripture and said, Who are you? The middle-aged drunkard was stunned and then laughed. What an interesting little guy. Me. You can call me an old drunkard. As he said that, the middle-aged drunkard began to drink again. Old? You don't look old. Is that so? Thank you for your praise. But I've lived for more than 150 years. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian frowned and stared at the middle-aged drunkard. While the man looked a bit sloppy, judging from his face, he looked to be in his 40s at most. There was no trace of him having lived for more than 150 years. It was worth noting that while warriors had a much longer lifespan than ordinary people, time would still leave many traces on one's face. Even if a warrior were to live for more than 150 years, wrinkles would definitely appear on his face. He shouldn't look like this middle-aged man. Staring at Lin Tian, the middle-aged drunkard smirked. Didn't anyone tell you that when a warrior reaches the airborne realm, their lifespan will undergo a qualitative change for the first time, reaching a maximum of 500 years? Because of this, their aging will naturally be delayed. As he said that, the middle-aged man's body floated up on its own. As such, we have no choice but to release the VP chapters the day after tomorrow. Chapter 192. Staring at the middle-aged drunkard. Lin Tian's face was filled with surprise, and his four extremities scripture also stopped. The middle-aged drunkard was actually floating in the air with his own strength. Lin Tian was a little shocked. It was the first time he had seen someone doing this with their own strength. You shouldn't be surprised that someone in the airborne realm can fly, right? The middle-aged drunkard said. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard landed on the ground again. It's just the first time I've seen it. Lin Tian was telling the truth. The middle-aged drunkard laughed. Little guy, you're so honest. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian, took a sip of wine, and said, Little guy, guess where I'm from? Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged drunkard, his face not looking very good. Sex, he said. The middle-aged drunkard was stunned, and then laughed. You're so smart. An old drunkard like me won't keep you in suspense. Lin Tian snorted and didn't reply. Hey, little guy, what's wrong? Looking at your expression, you seem to have a lot of opinions about sections. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian smiled and didn't want to say anything more. Is it because of that little bastard from the Jiang family? The middle-aged drunkard said again. Lin Tian operated his four-extremity scripture and said, You know a lot. Because of Jiang Renwen and the other people's attitude toward Jiang Renwen, he really didn't have a good impression of sections. Of course, I know a lot of things. That day on the streets, you actually saved an ordinary drunkard from a rain of arrows. I have to say that it really piqued my interest. You have to know that normal people wouldn't do that at that time. The middle-aged drunkard said, At that time, I began to secretly pay attention to you. Then, I suddenly felt that it was fate that you saved me. After taking another sip of wine, the middle-aged drunkard continued, Good boy, you're only 16 years old, but you're actually a third-stage array manipulator. You could almost kill Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of the divine range. You could escape from the encirclement again and again, and you could even refine the fire crystal under the cliff. Lin Tian was shocked. This middle-aged drunkard actually knew about what happened at the bottom of the cliff. During that month, he didn't sense any human aura nearby. Didn't I say that I've been secretly watching you? So, after that, I know most of what happened to you. As for you not being able to detect my aura, that is normal. Even a sea of consciousness realm cultivator cannot do that, not to mention a divine vein realm cultivator like you. Don't even think about it. The middle-aged drunkard said, Speaking of which, I accompanied you for an entire month at the bottom of that cliff. Don't you feel moved? What is your purpose? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged drunkard stared at him like this. He definitely wouldn't believe that it was just a moment of interest. He recalled that the sword mark in his right hand was not exposed. The middle-aged drunkard was at a loss for words, and then he couldn't help but laugh dryly. "Little guy, you're really smart." As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard moved closer to Lin Tian and said, "That little guy, are you interested in becoming my disciple and following me to the sect to cultivate?" Lin Tian frowned. "This is your purpose?" The middle-aged drunkard nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Staring at Lin Tian, the middle-aged drunkard rubbed his hands, and his eyes actually lit up. After these days of observation, he found that this young man in front of him could be called perfect in every aspect. Not only was his perception extremely high, but he also cultivated the art of controlling formations. If he could accept such a disciple, his life would definitely not be in vain. Lin Tian was silent. He was naturally willing to go to the sect to cultivate. After all, the Northern Flame Imperial Academy no longer had any value for him to stay, and it couldn't help him improve anymore. "What is the sect you are in?" he asked. The middle-aged drunkard was overjoyed. Without any arrogance, he quickly ran over and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. "Burning Sun Sect, one of the 4 great sects in this layer of heaven," the middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian's sharp senses caught something. This layer of heaven? One of the 4 great sects? The middle-aged drunkard smiled, moved his arm away from Lin Tian's neck, and sat opposite Lin Tian. At this time, the drunkard's expression became slightly more serious, and he said, "Little guy, how much do you know about this world?" Lin Tian frowned and said, "Northern Flame Country, other empires and sections. That's it." An old drunkard asked, "That's it." Lin Tian Ondao, the middle-aged drunkard, shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of white paper and a writing brush suddenly appeared. Staring at Lin Tian, he held the writing brush and drew 10 ellipses on the white paper from bottom to top. Then he stopped and pointed at the ellipse at the bottom and said, "This is the world we are in now." Lin Tian frowned. "This," the middle-aged man waved his hand, motioning Lin Tian not to speak. Holding the writing brush, he drew a dot at the bottom of the ellipse and said, "This small dot is Northern Flame Country." Then the middle-aged man continued to draw small dots in the ellipse and said, "As for these, they are other empires." Then the middle-aged man drew 4 small circles in the ellipse in the north, south, east, and west and said, "These 4 small circles are the 4 great sections." Lin Tian stared at the ellipse and found that there were at least 100 small black dots. He asked, "According to what you said at the beginning, the first small black dot represents Northern Flame Country, and the other small black dots are empires. So you mean in this world there are at least 100 empires like Northern Flame Country?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled and said, "More or less." Lin Tian frowned and was a little surprised. Although he knew that there were other empires in this world besides Northern Flame Country, he did not expect there to be so many. Compared to this world, Northern Flame Country is just a small place. In this world, there are more than 500 empires like Northern Flame Country. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian was surprised again. More than 500. There were so many. The middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 4 small circles at the bottom of the ellipse and said, "And there are only 4 sects in this world. They are the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the Valley of the Harp, the 100 Refinements Square, and my Burning Sun sect. Simply put, the 4 great sects do not usually show themselves in the secular world, but they are at the top of this world. So that's how it is." Lin Tian muttered to himself and was slightly shocked. After a pause, his eyes suddenly stared at the 9 ellipses at the top and said, "Then what do you mean by drawing these 9 ellipses?" The middle-aged drunkard nodded and expressed his appreciation for Lin Tian's sharp mind. "I asked you before, how much do you know about this world?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled. Lin Tian frowned and said, "This world? 500 empires for great sections. Didn't you just say that?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled and shook his head and said, "Little guy, Don't limit yourself to a small world. I am talking about the whole world. Lin Tian frowned and said, What do you mean? Staring at the 9 ellipses, his eyes revealed a trace of shock. The middle-aged drunkard nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, You guessed right. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 9 ovals above and said to Lin Tian, I've drawn 10 ovals. Here, every single one of them is a large world. From bottom to top, these large worlds will become increasingly vast and expansive. Lin Tian was shocked by the middle-aged drunkard's words. The middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 10 ellipses from bottom to top and said, Now, I will give you a summary. The 10 ellipses I have drawn, each ellipse represents a heaven domain, and each heaven domain is a large world. Ever since ancient times, cultivators had called the 10 heavenly realms the combination of the 10 heavenly realms. As for us, we are now at the lowest level, the first heaven domain. Saying this, the middle-aged drunkard didn't forget to take another sip of strong wine. Refreshing, the middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian stared at the 10 ellipses and couldn't help but be shocked. 10 directions, heaven domain. He muttered to himself. Today he finally understood this large world. So it was like this. He was now in the lowest first heaven domain of the 10 directions, heaven domain. After a pause, he looked at the middle-aged drunkard and asked, 10 directions, heaven domain. Each heaven domain is a large world. Then, how do you go from the first heaven domain to the second heaven domain, and from the second heaven domain to the third heaven domain? Now that he was in the first heaven domain, he would naturally think about how to enter the second heaven domain. After all, looking at the 10 ellipses drawn by an old drunkard, there didn't seem to be a passage between each other. Good question. The middle-aged drunkard gave Lin Tian a thumbs up and said, 10 directions, heaven domain. Each heaven domain is connected by an ancient space-time portal. As long as you have enough strength, you can go through this portal to reach the next heaven domain. Saying this, the middle-aged drunkard revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Of course, if you don't have enough strength and forcefully jump in, you might be killed by that space-time portal. What kind of strength is needed to pass through? Lin Tian asked. Generally speaking, having a sea of knowledge cultivation is enough. The middle-aged drunkard said. Generally speaking? Lin Tian had a strange look on his face. Little guy, you're always so sharp to catch the loopholes in other people's words. It's not cute at all. The middle-aged drunkard rolled his eyes and then said, Many years ago there was a problem with the space-time portal between the first heaven domain and the second heaven domain. Originally, a sea of knowledge cultivation was enough to pass through that portal and reach the second heaven domain, and then embark on the stronger path of martial arts. But later, for some reason, even airborne realm experts found it difficult to pass through. I saw an airborne realm expert jump in and was directly crushed into pieces. Lin Tian frowned. There was such a thing. In that case, wouldn't the people in this heaven domain never be able to enter the second heaven domain? Lin Tian asked. According to the middle-aged drunkard, the second heaven domain was vaster and more powerful than the first heaven domain. In other words, entering the higher heaven domain would allow a warrior to go further on the path of cultivation. After coming to this world, Lin Tian's goal was to go to the extreme on the path of martial arts. If he couldn't reach the upper heaven domain, he would be very disappointed. You can't say that. If you surpass the airborne realm, you should be able to pass through 100%. The middle-aged drunkard said casually. Chapter 193. Lin Tian was shocked. Surpassing the airborne realm? Are there really other realms after the airborne realm? He had heard Mu Qing and the others mention the realms after the airborne realm, but even Mu Qing and the others didn't know what the realms after that were. They only vaguely guessed that there were other realms after the airborne realm. At this moment, when he heard the middle-aged drunkard mention surpassing the airborne realm, He suddenly remembered and stared at an old drunkard. Of course, the middle-aged drunkard said. As he spoke, he took another big gulp of liquor. What realms are there? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged drunkard seemed to like Lin Tian very much, so he didn't hide it and said, On the path of martial arts, the first 4 realms are body refinement, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, and airborne realm. You know these. After these 4 realms, there are 5 other major realms, which are the immortal ascension realm, great path realm, enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, and chaotic realm. Each is divided into 9 small steps. Immortal ascension, great path, enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, and chaotic realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The middle-aged drunkard stretched his back and said, After reaching the airborne realm, every time a cultivator reaches a higher realm, their lifespan will increase significantly. According to the ancient records of the Burning Sun sect, those who reach the chaotic realm can live up to 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Humans could live for 100,000 years? Even for cultivators, he felt that it was too exaggerated. One had to know that birth, aging, illness, and death were the eternal laws of nature. Even though cultivators could make themselves stronger through some cultivation methods and martial skills, in the end, they were still limited to this world. In the end, they were still living beings. For a living being to be able to live for such a long period of time was simply too shocking. The middle-aged drunkard smiled and stared at Lin Tian, saying, Young man, do you know what the ultimate goal of a cultivator is? To be stronger, to be the strongest. Lin Tian Dao. Well, you're right. The middle-aged drunkard nodded. He stared at Lin Tian again and said seriously, Listen well, kid. The ultimate goal of us cultivators is only one word, eternal life. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Immortality. Could humans live forever? The middle-aged drunkard shrugged and said, There was once an unparalleled existence who reached the primal chaos realm and said, The heavens will never collapse, and the earth will never sink. Why should the human race walk towards the end? It's not fair. Lin Tian was silent. He thought for a while but couldn't say anything. Heaven never collapses. The earth never sinks. Indeed, then why should the human race dejectedly walk towards the end? In history, has anyone ever achieved immortality? He asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, All powerful cultivators want to enter the forest of everlasting life. After all, no one is willing to die. Once dead, there is nothing left. However, in the vast history of time, no one has ever achieved immortality. All of them were drowned in the river of time. The middle-aged drunkard looked up at the sky and said, Do you know, kid? There's a legend in the 10 directions heavens that says the 10th heaven contains the mystery of eternal life. As long as one can enter the 10th heaven, he can see the truth of heaven and earth and break free from the river of time to achieve an eternal and indestructible body. Lin Tian looked up at the sky. The 10th heaven. Don't look at it. The 10th heaven does exist, but so far no one has been able to cross it. The middle-aged drunkard shook his head. Lin Tian didn't care. That level was still too far away from him. Staring at the sky, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. The 10th heaven did exist. Since entering the 10th heaven could lead to eternal life, then he must go and take a look. In this life, his goal was to reach the end of the path of cultivation. Now he knew that eternal life was the end of this path. The middle-aged drunkard noticed Lin Tian's expression and said, Kid, you're showing your ambition. Lin Tian didn't care. He thought for a while and returned to the previous question. You said that there's something wrong with the space-time portal between the first heaven and the last heaven. Maybe only those who surpass the airborne realm can cross it. Surpassing the airborne realm is the connecting immortal realm. Has there ever been a connecting immortal realm expert in this world? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. The middle-aged drunkard shrugged. Lin Tian frowned. He was not very satisfied with the answer. The middle-aged drunkard naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking about. He patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, "Don't think too much about it. Perhaps the spatial door will return to normal on its own, and then you'll be able to leap through it." Lin Tian glanced at the middle-aged drunkard and didn't bother to say anything. At this time, the middle-aged drunkard rubbed his hands and stared at Lin Tiandao. "By the way, kid, what do you think of the thing we talked about just now? Are you interested in worshipping me as your master and following me to the Burning Sun sect to cultivate?" Don't worry, the cultivation resources of the Burning Sun sect are absolutely incomparable to those in the secular world. The difference is like heaven and earth. The middle-aged drunkard's eyes lit up. He wasn't willing to let go of such a good seedling. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, "Okay." He naturally wasn't unwilling to go to the sect to cultivate. He wasn't stupid. "Really?" The middle-aged drunkard was delighted. "Really, Lin Tiandao." "Great." The middle-aged drunkard was overjoyed. Lin Tian felt a little strange. Why did it feel like the middle-aged drunkard had picked up a big bargain himself? After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do I need to be your master?" No, no, no." The middle-aged drunkard shook his head. "There's no need for that. In the future, don't call me master. It's too cliché. Just call me an old drunkard. I like wine. This name is very intimate." Lin Tian nodded. He didn't like to call people master either. After a pause, he stared at an old drunkard and said, "Then, do you want to give me a gift?" He stared at an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled. "Kid, you want me to overturn the Northern Flame Imperial Palace with you?" Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard and didn't comment. "All right, kid, don't think about it. I said I won't help you kill people. Of course, if you really want to break into the Imperial Palace, I will at least protect you until the end." An old drunkard shook his head. As he spoke, he raised the gourd in his hand and shook it slightly. Instantly, wine flew out and was held in midair by his sword finger. "Come on, my good disciple. Open your mouth. Although I won't help you kill people, I still have to give you a gift." "I don't drink." Lin Tian Andao. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? When I ask you to open your mouth, just open it. Swallow it." An old drunkard said. Lin Tian hesitated for a while, but in the end he still opened his mouth. An old drunkard nodded and raised his sword finger. Instantly, the wine above rushed into Lin Tian's mouth. "Swallow it," an old drunkard said. Lin Tian could feel that the wine in his mouth was very spicy. He frowned, but still swallowed it. The wine flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Lin Tian felt as if there was a fire burning. His whole face turned red and his whole body was uncomfortable. He was about to say something, but suddenly he felt his body shake and a majestic spiritual energy rushed out. Staring at an old drunkard, he was shocked. "I told you this is a gift. My wine is very valuable. Hurry up and refine it." An old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded. He took a deep breath and quickly operated the 4 extreme scriptures to refine the spiritual energy that suddenly appeared in his body. This spiritual energy had a threatening burning sensation, which was even more terrifying than fire. However, Lin Tian quickly adapted. After all, he had just refined a fire crystal not long ago, and the power of fire was in his true yuan. Buzz! A faint silver light rushed up. He operated the 4 extreme scriptures and started to build the 9th divine meridian with the vast spiritual energy as the foundation. Suddenly, the whole room was intertwined with a strong wave of energy. An old drunkard sat on the side and stared at Lin Tian with slightly narrowed eyes. "This little guy, I don't know what kind of martial arts he is practicing. It's too unusual. This martial art seems to be more profound than the strongest martial arts of the Burning Sun sect. Strange." Shaking his head, an old drunkard didn't say much. He sat quietly on the side and protected Lin Tian. At this time, the whole imperial city was boiling. The new king of Beiyan personally escorted Ji Yuanshan to parade in the streets. but he was stopped by a 16-year-old boy. He kidnapped Ji Yuanshan from under the eyes of 3 spiritual Sea Realm experts and killed the future successors of the Lung family and Duan family. This made the royal family lose face, and at the same time, it shocked the whole imperial city. What a monster! In the imperial city, everyone was talking about this matter. On this day, all the major forces in the imperial city were shocked. They didn't expect a 16-year-old boy to do such a thing. This was openly disobeying the royal authority. It could be said that he was making an enemy of the entire Beiyan kingdom. Treasure Loft Xan Jingye's eyes were shining. A young man, so hot-blooded, worthy of this life. Xan Chengyun was beside him. He was both excited and worried. As expected of my brother-in-law. So handsome. Knowing that Lin Tian was still alive, Xan Chengyun was overjoyed. However, not long after, he heard that Lin Tian kidnapped Ji Yuanshan in front of the new king, Zhu Wudao, and even wanted to kill him. This made Xan Chengyun very worried. Xan Jingye glanced at Xan Chengyun and shook his head. He didn't say much about the brother-in-law that Xan Chengyun mentioned. He felt that if Lin Tian really got together with Xan Yao, it would definitely be a good thing for the Xan family. Of course, that would depend on Lin Tian being able to survive this storm. How could the royal family be so easy to mess with? On this day in the imperial city, the Lung family, damn it, bastard. The head of the Lung family roared. First it was Lung Yidong, then it was Lung Feng. Both of his sons were killed by Lin Tian. At this time, the head of the Lung family stared at Lung Feng's corpse with bloodshot eyes. Head of the family, there's news that the little bastard walked into the general's mansion. Someone beside him said,